Hey guys, welcome to the afternoon session. And I believe this is live, so I'm going to head and put some information on the record, even though not everybody's back. And that is regarding this insanity defense. As you can see, Taylor there. All right, so the second phase, issue to be determined. The issue at the second phase of the trial is whether the defendant is to be relieved of responsibility for her criminal act because she suffered from mental disease or defect at the time of the offense. And here is the legal standard. A person is not responsible for criminal conduct if at the time of such conduct, as a result of mental disease or defect, she lacked substantial capacity either to appreciate the wrongfulness of her conduct or conform her conduct to the requirements of the law. That's the standard. So you ask two questions of the jury. Was there this mental disease or defect? And then did it have the necessary effect? Burden of proof. The defendant must establish the presence of the mental disease or defect defense to a reasonable certainty by the greater weight of the credible evidence. Make sure, make sure I got the volume up here. So there are various jury instructions for this, and it talks about the second phase. The jury will know that this is whether the person is going to be held responsible or not for what they did based on whether there was this mental disease or defect and whether it had the necessary requirement of impeding your ability to know right from wrong or compulsion. It only has to be settled by 10 out of the 12 jurors in Wisconsin. So that's interesting. It doesn't have to be unanimous either. And here we are about to go. I don't know why there's not. Here we go. There's the noise.
Anything to bring up before we bring the jury back in? Mr. Saunders?
No.
Mr. Freilich?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Let's bring the jury in then.
So it should be the same jury for the second phase of the trial. And in theory, they won't be tainted on the insanity one way or the other because there won't be any argument or testimony about that until phase 2. But yeah, if you're going to deal with the same jury, you want it to develop some credibility that would carry forward to your second phase, of course.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. The case is still with the state, so I'm going to turn to Mr. Saunders. Do you have another witness?
State calls Officer Tim Kenny.
I think Law and Crime is a little ahead of Court TV on streaming time.
Sir, if you want to just step up right over here, and then before you have a seat, if you could turn and face her and raise your right hand, she'll place you under oath.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God?
I do.
Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
First name is Tim, last name Kenny, Kenney.
See what this guy has to say.
Okay, then Mr. Saunders, the witness is yours.
Can you tell us how you're employed?
I'm a patrol officer with the City of Green Bay.
And how long have you been employed in that capacity?
12 years.
And is that the sum total of your law enforcement experience?
Yes.
Okay. I want to ask you about February 23rd of 2022. Do you recall if you were on duty on that day?
I do.
And did you have reason to assist Officer Russell with photographing an individual on that day?
Yes.
Okay. And where did you respond to take these photographs?
I was at the Green Bay Police Department, and he took me to an interview room.
Okay. And did Officer Russell have custody of an individual?
Yes.
And did you learn who that individual was?
Yes.
And who was that person?
Taylor Schabusiness.
Do you see that person in court today?
I do.
Could you point out where she's sitting for us?
She's sitting at the defendant's table.
And then what she's wearing?
Looks like a black cover with a black and blue blouse.
Okay. Thank you. I'd ask the record to reflect the witness identified the defendant
It will so reflect.
And then what were you asked to do with respect to photographing Ms. Schabusiness?
There were, I guess, cuts on her hands and blood on her clothing, which I was asked to photograph.
And did you document, I guess, the exterior clothing areas?
Yes.
Those are photographs that you took?
Yes, they were.
Yes, they're queuing that up.
All right, I'm showing you it's been marked exhibits 82 through 86. I'll ask you to look through those, and I'll ask if you recognize those.
Yes.
And what do you believe those to be?
These would be the photographs that I took of her external clothing.
Okay. Thank you. I'd move exhibits 82 through 86.
Any objection to 82 through 86?
Exhibits 84 and 85 appear to be the same, so argue duplicity, so I'd object.
Okay. Well, what I'll do is I'll hold receipt of those exhibits. I'll hold a decision on receiving those exhibits until the break. Nonetheless, go ahead. Are you planning on publishing them?
I was.
Okay,
They're
let me see
different
them.
photographs.
Let me just see them. Mr. Freilich, you're objecting to duplication of which ones?
Exhibit 84 and 85, Your Honor. They appear to be the same picture for sweatpants.
Any response, Mr. Saunders?
They're different photographs. One is an overall the legs. One it focuses on one leg in particular.
Yeah, I'm satisfied these photos are different. Mr. Freilich is right. They are taken of similar areas, but they're differently focused, and the photos are different. So I'm going to overrule the objection. I will receive 82 through 86, and you can publish those to the jury if you so choose.
Thank you.
And he will choose.
Oh, yeah. Okay, Judge, could we get the lights dimmed?
Yep.
Just briefly. Thank you. Okay, officer, are we observing exhibit 82 currently on the screen?
Yes, we are.
Okay, and what does 82 depict?
That would be the outer sweatshirt she was wearing, which had dried blood on it.
And then 83, are we viewing that now?
Yes.
Okay, and what is 83?
The rear of the sweatshirt, which had dried blood on the lower part of it.
And then 84?
Would be the black sweatpants she was wearing.
And then 85?
The left leg of the black sweatpants.
Did you also observe a substance on that area?
Yes, there appeared to be matted blood in the area of the knees.
And then 86?
Would be the right leg of the black sweatpants.
And do exhibits 82 through 86, do those appear to be consistent with the clothing Ms. Schabusiness was wearing as you encountered her on February 23rd?
Yes.
Thank you, officer. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Sweet.
Cross-examination, Mr. Freilich.
Officer Kenny, you made some assumptions with regards to what was on those sweatpants, correct?
Correct.
You didn't do any testing, correct?
I did not know.
Do you make comments like that before you verify what the results are?
Yeah.
Is that your
As-
practice?
As to what it appeared to be?
Yeah.
Yes.
Now, you were given a police cell phone from Officer Garth Russell, correct?
Correct.
And there was some discussion when Ms. Schabusiness was in the interview room about bringing her water, correct?
Possibly.
And then you were told, or someone was told not to bring the water, correct?
I don't recall, but it's possible.
Now, you observed cuts on Ms. Schabusiness's
I'm sorry.
fingers. Okay, that's okay. Sorry. Could you repeat that last question back, please?
You were told by someone you were told not to bring the water, correct? I don't recall, but it's possible.
Okay. You did observe cuts on Ms. Schabusiness's fingers and thumbs, is that fair?
Yes.
Some of the cuts were quite deep, is that fair?
Yes.
You used a cell phone to take the pictures that we just saw, is that right?
Correct.
And then what did you do from there? Did you have to download it, or what did you do?
I returned the phone to Officer Russell, who advised that he would later upload the photos into the case.
Okay. Were you present at Eastman Avenue on February 23rd of 2022?
Yes.
And did you go there with Officer Russell and Lieutenant Buckman?
No, I left the station and went there. Officer Russell, I believe, stayed at the station, and I went to assist with the scene there then.
Okay. Were you part of the arrest of Taylor Schabusiness or Scott Thomes?
No, I was not part of the arrest.
Okay. You were just there to provide cover?
I came after the fact, I guess to assist with security and look for lack of a better term, body parts.
Okay. Did you find any?
I did not know.
And we're talking about the Eastman Avenue apartment, correct?
Yes.
Yes. And did you see the gold colored Town and Country minivan?
Yes.
And where was that?
I believe it was parked on the north side of
Right
the
in front,
building.
right in front of the building?
Yeah, in the parking lot on the north side.
Okay. Did you see anything unusual about the minivan?
No.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Officer Kenny.
Redirect?
No, thank you.
Thank you, you can step down. State's next witness?
State calls Officer Leah Whitman.
Okay, officer, if you want to step up over this way, and then before you have a seat, if you could turn and face her, raise your right hand, she'll place you under oath.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God. I do. Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
All right. My name is Officer Leo Whitman, Whitman.
And then the witness is yours, Mr. Saunders.
Thank you. How are you employed?
I'm employed through the City of Green Bay Police Department.
And how are you employed with the Green Bay Police Department?
I'm a patrol officer.
How long have you been employed in that capacity?
A little over 3 years.
Were you working as a patrol officer with the Green Bay Police Department on February 23rd of 2022?
Yes.
And do you recall being dispatched to a residence on Eastman Avenue on that day?
Yes.
And what was the reason you were dispatched to that location?
I was going to assist in picking up a suspect in a case that occurred on Stony Brook Lane.
And what did you do at the Eastman Avenue residence?
I just held a perimeter spot at first on one of the corners of the building, and then we were told that we were going to make contact with the vehicle that was seen in the parking lot, and I assisted in being like I was part of the arrest team with that.
Okay. After, I should say, which individuals were, I guess, arrested at that point?
It was Taylor Schabusiness.
Okay. After that, did you conduct a protective sweep of that residence?
I assisted in it, yes.
All right. And did you look at any other individuals inside the apartment?
Yes, a male by the name of Scott Tomes.
Okay. And when you were done doing the protective sweep, what did you do after that point?
I assisted with putting up crime scene tape around the van, as well as kind of blocking off the entrance to the Eastman apartment complex, and then I started a crime scene log as well for
Okay.
Eastman.
And what is the purpose of a crime scene log?
It's just to protect the integrity of the crime scene, making sure nobody that is unauthorized goes in to the crime scene, and everybody that is authorized to assist in the investigation signs in and then signs out, so we can keep record of who goes in and out.
And was that done with respect to the Eastman Avenue apartment building,
Yeah,
as well as the van that was outside?
yes,
And both areas were sort of cordoned off by crime scene tape as well?
correct.
When you were completed with those tasks, did you have any other involvement in the case?
Yes, I was asked to go back to the police department and assist in collecting clothing that Ms. Taylor was wearing.
Okay. And what clothing did you assist in collecting from?
I
Taylor?
collected a black tank top, black sweatpants, a black bra, and then purple underwear.
And I guess, was that done in a separate area that wasn't being monitored, I suppose?
Yeah, we went into a separate interview room where there were no cameras, and my body camera was off, so we could give her privacy while she undressed.
And the items of clothing that Ms. Schabusiness was wearing, those were the items you listed off earlier?
Yes,
And did you take custody of those?
yes.
When you're taking custody items of evidence such as clothing, what steps do you take to ensure the integrity of that item of evidence?
I've ensured that I was wearing gloves, so I didn't get any of like my DNA or anything on the clothing. And then I packaged them in a brown paper bag. Due to them saying, I was told by a detective that there was possibly some red matter on there that could have been blood. We put them in a brown paper bag to make sure that if it was still wet, it wouldn't get contaminated by any kind of like plastic or anything.
That protocol you outlined, is that consistent with your training in how to collect items of evidence?
Yes.
And that's what you did in this case as well?
Yes, correct.
When you collected the, I think you said tank top, bra, sweatpants, and underwear, is that right?
Correct.
What did you do with those items once they were bagged?
I gave them to Detective Kemp.
Okay. And I guess, was he responsible for then entering it into evidence to your knowledge?
Yep, he took custody of it and entered it into evidence, or the drying rack for clothing that's soiled in either like bodily fluids or anything. I'm not sure what he did afterwards.
And was Ms. Schabusiness provided alternative clothing?
Yeah, they provided yellow scrubs, I would call them, for her to wear.
Thank you, Officer. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination, Mr. Freilich.
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer Whitman, did you observe cuts on Taylor Schabusiness's fingers or thumbs?
Not that I recall, I wasn't looking, I was just focused on getting clothing and making sure she got dressed.
You initially went over to 2353 Eastman Avenue?
Yes,
Okay. And that was on February 23rd of 2022?
correct.
And did you ride with anybody?
Sorry. can
Did you ride with someone, or did you take your own squad car?
I was in my own squad car.
Okay. And then you met up with Officer Garth Russell
Correct,
and Lieutenant Buckman?
correct.
Anybody else?
I think there was a couple other officers there as well.
Was there an Officer Fisher there?
Yes,
And did you park a distance away,
yes,
and then you walked up?
correct.
Did you walk up on your own, or did you walk in conjunction with the other officers?
I walked up on my own.
Did you park quite a distance away so you could see what was going on?
Yeah, I parked in, I believe, the northwest corner of the parking lot, so I was still out of sight, but I could see the van and the entrance to Eastman from my point of view.
Were you told to be looking for a van?
Yes,
What kind of van?
it was just a tan Chrysler van with the license plate of 580ZJZ.
At some point then you walked up to the van?
Correct,
The back of the van had snow on the back windshield?
from what I remember, yes,
Snow on the ground, correct?
Correct.
And when you walked up, it was dark outside?
Correct.
What time was this about?
Oh, I don't recall.
After midnight?
I can't really give a for sure time on when that happened.
Okay. Did you at some point hear anything or see anything with regards to lights coming on the minivan?
Yes, the lights, like the flashing lights came on, indicating either the van was being unlocked or locked at that time.
Okay. Did you walk around the van?
Yes,
Is that before you heard the lights come on or saw the lights come on? Or
Yes.
after? Before?
it was before.
Okay. And this van were there vehicles on either side of the van?
I don't recall.
Were numerous vehicles parked in front of the complex?
Yes,
Did you walk around the entire perimeter of the van?
no,
Okay. Which side did you walk on, the driver's side or the passenger side?
the driver's side.
Did you have a flashlight?
Yes,
Did you use it?
yep.
What did you do with the flashlight?
I just watched the ground to make sure I didn't compromise any kind of evidence that might have been on the ground at the time.
Okay. Did you use your flashlight to look in the van?
I looked into the driver's seat and that was it, to make sure it was unoccupied.
At some point, did you have contact with Officer Russell near the van?
Yeah,
Was he raising his voice as to be careful where you step?
yes,
And then at some point then, did you see someone come out of the building?
yes,
Who was that?
it was Taylor.
And what did you do then?
I just assisted with the arrest team.
Okay.
I didn't put handcuffs on, but I was there as a presence in case they needed assistance.
You walked up to the front door where Miss Schabusiness was, correct?
Correct,
She was standing on the porch under a overhang, correct?
correct,
She was outside.
correct,
She was cooperative.
correct.
When you looked at her, her demeanor, was it calm?
Yes,
Did she cooperate with you and the other officers?
yes,
Was it Officer Garth Russell? Was he the one that put handcuffs and arrested her?
I don't recall.
Did you see Miss Schabusiness fighting?
No,
She was compliant.
yes,
At some point then, did you see Officer Russell take her back inside the apartment building and go over by the stairs?
I don't recall that.
All right. At some point, did you and other officers become concerned for your safety?
No,
Did you have to draw your service revolver?
we did, yes.
You did?
We did.
You took your,
There's no revolver,
whip it
bro.
out?
Mistrial.
Yes,
This officer doesn't even know what
and then
kind of
did you hear
gun she
yelling
had.
for a male to come out of apartment one?
yes,
And that was Scott Tomes?
yes.
And were you part of that process?
Briefly,
Okay. Did you assist Officer Russell with bringing Miss Schabusiness to the squad car?
no.
Okay. He did that on his own?
Yeah,
Okay.
I don't
And
know.
you,
I'm not sure.
did you assist the other officer that was dealing with Scott Tomes?
yes,
Okay. After all that was done, then were you told to go back to the station?
yes.
Who told you to go back to the station, do you know?
I believe it was Detective Kemp called me.
Who did?
Kemp?
Okay, excuse me, Kevin Kemp?
Yes.
Detective, right?
Detective,
Yeah,
yes.
okay. Did you do a protective sweep?
I assisted with it.
Okay. Did you find any body parts or anything that was cause for concern?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. And you helped with doing the crime scene log?
Correct.
Is that where you log people in and log people out?
Yes,
Did you put up crime scene tape?
yes.
Where?
It was around the van and then around the front entrance of Eastman to kind of block that part of the crime scene off.
You did all that before you left, correct?
Correct.
How long do you think you were at Eastman Avenue?
I don't know, maybe an hour?
Okay. And then you collected these items, the tank top, the sweatpants, the bra, and the underwear, correct?
Correct.
And they were all sealed in a brown paper bag?
I did not seal them. I just put them in the brown paper bag and gave them to Detective Kemp.
Okay, then he dealt with that?
Yes.
Okay. All right, I have nothing further. Thank you.
Redirect?
no, thank you.
No, thank you,
Thank you,
Your Honor.
ma'am. You can step down. State's next witness.
State calls Kevin Scott.
Which one, Kevin or Scott? Sometimes I'm a little bit with Taylor on her expression, like, what are we doing
Sir,
here?
right up this way. And then before you have a seat, if you could just turn and face her and raise your right hand, she'll place you on your oath.
Please face the printer.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God?
I do.
Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
Oh, that dude just got a water bottle out of his briefcase. He's
My
playing
name
those
is Kevin
games.
Scott.
Okay, and Mr. Lozay, the witness is yours.
Good afternoon, Mr. Scott. Can you state for the record how you are employed
I am a DNA analyst at the Wisconsin State Crime Laboratory in Madison.
and how long have you worked as a DNA analyst?
I've been there for about 10 years.
Is all of your work as a DNA analyst, is that with the State Crime Lab in Wisconsin?
Yes, it is.
Could you briefly address your educational background and training that you've had that qualifies you to work in that capacity?
Yes, I received a Bachelor of Science degree majoring in biochemistry from UW-Madison. When I was first hired at the lab, I received approximately 1 year of in-house training at the lab that covered every aspect of DNA analysis that the lab uses. In addition to that, I receive at least 8 hours of annual training every year.
And is there any certifications that you or your laboratory hold in order to conduct DNA analysis?
Our laboratory is accredited. Accreditation is a process in which the lab undergoes external audits by an outside agency in order to ensure that we are following our own procedures and established procedures in the forensic science community.
You know, you mentioned previously that you are required to have about 8 hours of training every year. Do you do all of the training that is required of you?
Yes, I do.
And is it fair to say you typically have more than 8 hours of training in a year?
Some years I might. 8 hours is just the minimum.
Do you, as part of your work with the crime lab, put together a statement of qualifications?
Yes, I do.
What is a statement of qualifications?
A statement of qualifications is similar to a resume. It's a document that we use at the lab that outlines my position, training, and experience.
Mr. Scott, I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 87. Can you review that document for me?
Yes, Exhibit 87 is a copy of my statement of qualifications.
Do you believe that is an accurate and up-to-date statement?
Yes, it is.
I move for admission of Exhibit 87, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, 87 will be received.
Mr. Scott, can you discuss what your general duties are as a DNA analyst at the lab?
Yes, as a DNA analyst, I examine crime scene evidence for the presence of bodily fluids such as blood, semen, or saliva. I then attempt to extract or release DNA from those bodily fluids or from any other source of DNA such as skin cells from touched items.
That sounds
I
nasty.
then attempt to generate a DNA profile. I analyze those DNA results and I make comparisons to DNA standards that are taken from known individuals. I will then prepare a written report of my results and conclusions.
And do you have any sort of estimate as to how many times you have conducted analysis of DNA samples?
I've worked somewhere in the neighborhood of 700 cases, and each case can consist anywhere from one item of evidence upwards of several dozen, depending on the case.
Is it fair to say that in your career you've analyzed thousands of DNA samples?
Yes, I have.
And have you testified in court in the past regarding your findings as to your DNA analysis?
Yes, I have.
Have you been accepted as an expert witness in courts in the state of Wisconsin regarding DNA analysis?
Damn straight.
Yes, I have.
Mr. Scott, as part of your work with the State Crime Lab, were you asked to assist in an investigation of a homicide case from the city of Green Bay with a case name Schabusiness?
Yes, I was.
And in terms of how cases are identified at the lab, can you talk about what the lab does when they receive a request from law enforcement to analyze for DNA?
Yes, when a case is submitted to the lab, law enforcement will bring the evidence to the lab or otherwise ship it to the lab. Our evidence technicians will give that case a crime lab case number, and each item submitted under that case will get a crime lab item designation. Each item gets its own item letter, starting with letter A. Next item would be letter B, and so on.
Did you have any more? I apologize if I cut you off.
Once I'm assigned to a case, I will then pick up those items of evidence, bring it down to my lab bench, and then start the physical examination of the evidence at that point.
When law enforcement submits a case to the lab for DNA analysis, are there any sort of submission guidelines that the lab gives to law enforcement agencies?
Yes, we do have submission guidelines for evidence that's submitted to the lab. This attempts to reduce the number of items that's submitted to the lab as a resource management tool, just so we aren't overwhelmed with a large number of items. For a homicide type case, we ask that the submitting agency, the law enforcement agency, try to limit their first round of submission to 10 items of evidence.
Are there occasions where a law enforcement agency may then submit subsequent items to the lab after the initial 10 are sent?
Yes, that does occur sometimes.
And what are typically the circumstances in which a law enforcement agency might submit things in addition to the 10?
It will depend on the case. Most often it's because a probative link to a possible perpetrator has not been established yet.
Is it typical that once a probative link to a perpetrator is established that no additional items are sent to the crime lab?
Again, it will vary by the case, but I would say typically that's true.
Essentially, what is the purpose or the investigative purpose of using DNA analysis in a case? Or can that vary by case?
Yes, that can vary by case.
Okay. Obviously, is one of the primary goals to identify a potential perpetrator?
Yes.
And typically, once that has been established, you may not receive additional submissions unless there's some other specific evidentiary purpose for submitting items to the lab.
Objection, Leedy.
Overruled. Answer if you can.
Could you please repeat the question?
Is it typical then that once that identification has been made regarding a suspect, that additional items would not be sent to the lab unless there's some other specifically identified purpose for the testing?
Generally, that's true, yes.
In this particular case, or actually I'll ask before this particular case, generally do you prepare a report regarding your findings of DNA analysis?
Yes, I do.
And in this particular case, did you prepare such a report?
Yes, I did.
Mr. Scott, I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 88. Can you review that document and identify it for the jury?
Yes, Exhibit 88 is a copy of the DNA report that I authored in this case, dated April 1, 2022.
What is the lab case number that's associated with this case?
Our crime lab case number is M22-636.
And what is the case name?
The case name is Rakers.
Mr. Scott, does the report outline the items that you received from law enforcement for purpose of analysis?
Yes, it does.
And what items were received in this case?
I received a buccal swab standard that was reportedly recovered from Taylor Schabusiness. That was item A. Item B was the right-hand swabs reportedly recovered from Taylor Schabusiness. Item C was left-hand swabs reportedly recovered from Taylor Schabusiness. Item D was oral swabs reportedly recovered from Shad Therian. Item E was swab reportedly from a blade. Item F was a swab reportedly from red substance inside of a box. Item G were swabs from a red substance on a bedroom light switch. Item H was sweatpants. Item I was penile swabs reportedly recovered from Shad Therian. And item J was a swab reportedly from a dildo.
I would note you listed several items that were obtained. Many of those are swabs. One of those items was not a swab. Can you talk about the difference between receiving swabs and receiving an item?
Yes, typically the evidence submitted to the lab will either be an item, like a physical item of evidence, such as the sweatpants in this case, or it can be from a sample taken from an item of evidence by the law enforcement agency, which is typically a swab of a item. Swabbing is an oversized Q-tip that is moistened with some water and rubbed up against the item of evidence, hoping to transfer any DNA that's on the item of evidence onto that swab. And then we use the cotton head from that swab for our further DNA processing. And depending on the law enforcement agency and how they do things, either those swabs or the full item of evidence is submitted to the lab.
And with respect to item H, the sweatpants, where you receive the actual item, what is your process then for processing and analyzing an item such as that?
Once I pick up the item of evidence, I will perform a physical examination, typically looking for any staining that may be on the item, that may be from a bodily fluid that's relevant to the case. This is commonly reddish-brown color staining, which could be from blood, which is what I was examining the sweatpants in this case for.
Is receiving a swab versus receiving the item, is one of those forms better or worse than the other, or are they both commonly accepted forms?
They're both commonly accepted forms.
And prior to conducting DNA analysis, do you sometimes do screening on the items that you receive?
Yes, screening is what we refer to the physical examination and testing for bodily fluids and sample collection from the items.
And did you do any such screening in this case?
Yes, I did.
And what screening did you conduct?
So for this case, I was testing some of the items for the possible presence of blood. From the right-hand swabs, item B from Taylor Schabusiness, and the left-hand swabs from Taylor Schabusiness, item C, blood was identified on those swabs. Then from a few other items, the swab from the blade, the swab from the red substance inside the box, the sweatpants, and the swab from the dildo, presumptive testing for blood was also present, or presumptive testing for blood was positive on those 4 items.
Can you describe the difference between actually being able to identify blood with one form of testing and then the presumptive testing with respect to the other items?
Yes, at our lab we commonly use 2 different types of testing for blood. One is referred to as a presumptive testing for blood. This is a very quick test that relies on a color change after dropping a couple chemicals on the sample, and it doesn't require very much sample to be taken. However, that test is called a presumptive test because there are other substances out there that could possibly cause a positive result, even if blood is not present. This is some of the things that might cause that are rust, some metals, and some vegetable extracts could induce a positive result even if blood is not present. However, that is the more typical test that we use at our lab, just because of how quick and how little sample it uses. Another type of test that we have is a confirmatory test, which confirms the presence of blood on an object. For this case, I performed that confirmatory test on the right and the left-hand swabs. Those were both positive, and I concluded that blood was identified on those swabs. And
with respect to the items where you have the presumptive test, is Is that the only test that you did was the presumptive test? That is, you didn't then use the confirmatory test on those items?
Correct.
And could you explain, is there a reason why you make the choice to do presumptive with one and confirmatory with the other items?
It can depend on the sample. If the presence of blood is very important to a case, I might choose to perform that confirmatory test, or if for some reason I might think that the test was, a presumptive test was positive due to one of those things that might cause a false positive result, I might choose to do a confirmatory test. It could also just depend on the amount of sample I have available to me.
Were there items where either a confirmatory or presumptive test for blood was conducted where blood was not located?
Yes. From the swabs from the red substance on the bedroom light switch, that test was negative, and I concluded that blood was not detected on those swabs from the light switch.
And are there other types of presumptive testing that can be done for other substances?
Yes, we can also test for saliva and semen.
And did you conduct any presumptive testing for saliva in this case?
Yes, I did. I performed a presumptive test for saliva on the penile swabs from Shad Therian. That test was positive, and I concluded that presumptive testing for saliva was positive on those penile swabs.
Is there a confirmatory test for saliva like there is for blood?
We do not have one at our lab.
So there's merely the presumptive testing for saliva, and that is what you did on the penile swabs?
Yes.
And did you do any testing for the potential presence of sperm?
Yes, I did.
And where did you conduct that test?
I tested the penile swabs from Chad Therian, and I did not identify sperm cells. I concluded that sperm cells were not identified on the penile swabs.
And those are all is that all of the screening tests that you did prior to DNA analysis?
For bodily fluids, yes.
Okay. And just to confirm, you do that prior to the DNA analysis?
That's correct.
Subsequently, did you then perform DNA analysis on the items that you received?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Just briefly, before we go into those specifics, can you describe for the jury what DNA is?
Yes, so DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid, and it is the genetic material that is present in all living organisms. It is the blueprint that codes for all structures and functions within our body. DNA is inherited, so you receive half of your DNA from your mother and half from your father.
And why is DNA a valuable tool in criminal investigations or in identifying potential individuals?
Yeah, so DNA is valuable because different people will have different DNA profiles. With the exception of identical twins will share the same DNA profile. Almost everybody else will have different DNA profiles, and that allows us to compare DNA profiles taken from items of evidence to DNA standards that are taken from known individuals to see if those profiles match or not.
And what are the common sources of DNA that we can find in the human body?
DNA is found in nearly every cell of the body. Bodily fluids such as blood, semen, and saliva are very good sources of DNA. So if those bodily fluids are present, I would generally expect to find DNA as well. DNA can also be found in other cells such as skin cells that are commonly left behind on touched items.
Is the DNA from a particular person the same throughout their body despite the source of that DNA?
Yes, regardless of which specific source or bodily fluid your DNA comes from, your DNA will be the same throughout your body.
Now, turning back to the DNA analysis that you conducted in this case, can you first describe the autosomal STR DNA analysis that you conducted in this case?
Could you please clarify your question?
Sure. Well, what is autosomal STR DNA as opposed to other types of DNA like YSTR DNA analysis?
Yes, so at our lab we have two different types of DNA analysis available to us. The more common one is referred to as autosomal STR DNA analysis. Autosomal refers to the DNA that everybody will have, both males and females. Everybody has 23 pairs of chromosomes in their body. 22 of those are referred to as autosomal chromosomes, and the last pair are referred to as the sex chromosomes. So males will have an X and a Y sex chromosome, and females will have two X chromosomes. When we perform the autosomal analysis, we generate a DNA profile from any DNA that's present in that sample. The other option available to us is YSTR testing. YSTR testing generates a DNA profile only from the Y chromosome. So since only males have a Y chromosome and females do not, that YSTR testing will essentially ignore any female DNA that's present in a sample and only generate a profile from male DNA that's present. This is very helpful in samples in which there's a lot of female DNA and a very small amount or relatively small amount of male DNA compared to the female DNA. So if that male DNA is relevant to the case, we might want to perform this YSTR testing to try to help us determine the DNA profile from that Y chromosome. Now, unlike autosomal DNA profiles, YSTR profiles are not as discriminating because they are not unique to any one individual. While most males will generally have different Y profiles, it is possible that unrelated males could just happen to share the same Y profile by chance. And we do expect that all paternally related male relatives, so male relatives who share a father-son type relationship, we would expect that they would also share the same Y profile as well.
So prior to doing your DNA analysis in this case, is there something that you need to do to prepare the samples to be analyzed?
Yes. So once I have my item of evidence, I will take my sample for DNA analysis and then extract or release the DNA that's present in that sample. This is done by adding some water with some chemicals and heating it up in order to break open those cells and release the DNA. I then purify the DNA sample by removing everything else that's not DNA. And once I have my purified DNA extract, I will then quantify that sample to see how much DNA is present. If there is a sufficient amount of DNA present in that sample, we will then try to generate a DNA profile. And depending on how much total human DNA or male DNA that's present in the sample, we will then choose at that point whether we attempt to generate an autosomal profile or a Y profile.
As you began your analysis of the individual items in this case, did you note items that appeared to be sort of what you might call standards for the individuals that were involved in this case?
Yes, I did.
And which items were those?
So item A was a buccal swab standard reportedly from Taylor Schabusiness. A buccal swab is a swabbing of the inside of somebody's cheek, hoping to gather DNA from that person's mouth. We then process that buccal swab standard in the same manner as an item of evidence to generate a DNA profile, and we use that DNA profile as that person's DNA profile for the purpose of comparisons. I also received oral swabs, item D. Those oral swabs were from Shadtherian.
And were you able to develop single source profiles for both item A1 and item D1?
Yes, I was.
And what is a single source profile?
So when we generate a DNA profile, that DNA profile will either be single source or from just one individual, or it could be a mixture of DNA. So that DNA profile could have DNA from multiple individuals.
Which of those are more easier to work with when doing comparisons?
Typically single source profiles are easier, as we can just do a direct comparison between that single source profile and the profile from the DNA standards in order to see if they are consistent with each other or not.
So once you develop those single source profiles, presumably both for Taylor Schabusiness and Shadtherian, did you then conduct comparisons for subsequent items that were analyzed?
Yes, I did.
And specifically as it relates to item B1, what was item B1?
Item B1, to back up a little bit, item B were the right-hand swabs from Taylor Schabusiness. When I took a sample from that swab, I just cut a little bit of the swab off for DNA analysis. That cutting from the swab was called item B1 for the purposes of tracking within our system. So item B1 is also from the right-hand swabs from Taylor Schabusiness.
And what did your analysis, what were the results of your analysis with respect to that item B1?
I developed a 3-person mixture, so 3 different individuals contributed DNA to this mixture. At least one of those 3 individuals was male. At that point, I analyzed this DNA mixture using a computer program called StarMix. StarMix is a tool that we use at our lab to help us interpret DNA mixture profiles. It works by modeling the DNA mixture by trying to determine the most likely individual contributor profiles that, when mixed together, can explain the mixture that we observed or that we detected from the item. So at the end of the interpretation, what we have is a list of the most likely individual profiles that can explain this mixture. Once we have that list, we will then compare the DNA profiles from the people thought to be involved in the case in order to see if they do have one of those possible profiles. If they do not have one of those possible profiles, they are excluded as a possible contributor to the mixture, meaning that DNA mixture cannot be modeled using that person's DNA profile. Therefore, their DNA is not present. If their DNA is one of the possible profiles, then we will get a likelihood ratio. And what that likelihood ratio is a level of support for the strength of the comparison. Essentially, the higher the likelihood ratio is, the more support there is that that person's DNA is present in the mixture. And the lower the number is, the more support there would be that that person's DNA is not present in the mixture. So for this particular sample, the right-hand swabs from Taylor Schabusiness, I analyzed this assuming a 3-person mixture using StarMix. I also assumed the presence of DNA from Taylor Schabusiness. Since this was a swab from her hand, we would expect to find DNA from her. It did also appear that her DNA was present in the mixture. So when I analyzed this mixture, essentially I told that computer program that one of those 3 contributors is Taylor Schabusiness, so then it would model the other 2 contributors. So once we had that interpretation and made the comparison to Shadtherian, I found that it is at least 1 quadrillion times more likely to observe this DNA mixture profile if it is a mixture resulting from Taylor Schabusiness and Shadtherian and one other person, than if it were a mixture resulting from Taylor Schabusiness and 2 random unknown people. That provides very strong support for inclusion, or very strong support that DNA from Shadtherian is present in the mixture.
Now, the way in which you report this data as a ratio, is that the standard process when you have DNA mixtures? That is, does the lab actually tell someone that a person's DNA is present, that it is the source of DNA, or does the lab always report it out as a ratio like this when you have a mixture?
It will depend on the type of mixture and how much DNA each contributor contributes. But when this StarMix computer program is used, then yes, this ratio is how we will report out all comparisons.
Okay. Is there any way to sort of quantify for the jury or describe how big of a number 1 quadrillion is?
1 quadrillion would be 1 followed by 15 zeros. It's also 1,000 trillion.
Now, was that 1 quadrillion, at least 1 quadrillion times, is that the exact number of the ratio in this case?
No, the numbers can go much higher. We cap that likelihood ratio at 1 quadrillion just to keep that number down in a range that's more recognizable.
So it's possible that in this case the likelihood was even greater than 1 quadrillion. You simply will never report a number that's higher than 1 quadrillion.
That's correct.
Enter the Spedience Gym Monster, an all-in-one home gym solution that aims to deliver a
To develop a mixture in that case as well.
Yes, I did. From the left-hand swabs, I developed a two-person mixture, so two different people contributed DNA to that mixture. Again, one of those two people appeared to be Taylor Schabusiness, so when I analyzed this mixture using StarMix, I assumed the presence of DNA from Taylor. When I compared the DNA profile from Shadtherian to that mixture, I found that it was at least 1 quadrillion times more likely to observe that DNA mixture profile if it is a mixture resulting from Taylor Schabusiness and Shadtherian than if it were a mixture resulting from Taylor Schabusiness and a random unknown person. This also provides very strong support for inclusion, or very strong support that DNA from Shadtherian is present in the mixture.
And item B and C, the two items that we just talked about with respect to the DNA analysis, again, were those the two items that you had tested for the presence of blood as well?
Yes, blood was identified on those two items.
With the confirmatory test?
Yes.
And so again, the result in terms of the 1 quadrillion times, that's essentially the maximum number that you could reach, and that was in item C1 as well.
That's correct.
Let's move on to item E. What was item E?
Item E was a swab from a blade.
And what sort of analysis did you conduct with respect to item E?
I developed a single source male profile, so just a DNA profile from one male individual. I then compared that male profile to the profiles I developed from the standards in this case, and I found that that profile is consistent with the profile from Shadtherian. Now, anytime we make a direct comparison between two profiles and find that they are consistent with each other, I perform a statistical analysis on the evidentiary profile in order to estimate roughly how rare or how common that profile is in the general population. If that profile is more rare than 1 in 7 trillion individuals, with 7 trillion being roughly 1,000 times the world's population, if that profile is more rare than 1 in 7 trillion, I will state that that individual is the source of that DNA. So for this particular sample, the swab from the blade, that single source male profile, I concluded that Shadtherian is the source of that DNA.
And item E, is that a test that, or is that a swab that you also did a presumptive test for blood on?
Yes, that test was positive for the presumptive test for blood.
Moving on to item F, what sort of testing was conducted on item F?
Item F was a swab from red substance inside of a box. I developed a two-person mixture, so two different people contributed DNA to that mixture. At least one of those two was male. For this particular mixture, one of those individuals contributed the vast majority of DNA to the mixture, and I was able to determine the major male contributor, which is the DNA profile from that one male individual who contributed the vast majority of DNA to the mixture. I then compared that major male contributor profile to the profiles from the DNA standards, and I concluded that Shadtherian is the source of that major male contributor profile. Now, there was a minor contributor as well. However, the amount of DNA that we detected from that minor contributor was very low, and it was not suitable for comparisons.
That the idea that there might be a minor contributor that is contributes such a small amount of DNA to a mixture, is that something that you encounter regularly in your DNA analysis?
Yes, we do.
Just generally, how is it possible that small amounts of DNA can be found on swabs of certain items? How do we transfer our DNA from one place to another?
Object, calls for speculation, foundation, Your Honor.
Overruled.
So just to clarify, are you asking like how DNA transfer occurs?
Correct.
So when we think of DNA transfer, we tend to think of it in terms of primary transfer and secondary DNA transfer. So primary transfer would be the direct transfer of DNA to an object. So if I handle an object, such as my water bottle here, some of my DNA might transfer to the water bottle through that direct contact. That would be primary transfer. Secondary transfer is also possible, in which DNA is transferred through an intermediary object to an object that I never directly handled. So if some of my DNA is on this water bottle and it comes into contact with another object, it is possible that some of my DNA might transfer to that second object, even though I never had any direct contact with it.
In that DNA transfer that you talked about what is possible, does DNA always transfer when someone handles an item?
No, not necessarily. There are a number of things that can influence how much, if any, DNA is transferred. But just because an object is handled, that doesn't necessarily mean that enough DNA will transfer for us to be able to detect. It can vary by the person as well. Two different people could handle an object for the same amount of time, and we might only detect DNA from one and not the other.
I think you mentioned earlier certain substances like blood, semen, saliva tend to be good conveyors of DNA. Is that true?
That's correct. Bodily fluids such as blood, semen, and saliva are very good sources of DNA.
So are you familiar with the term touch DNA?
Yes.
What does that generally refer to?
Touch DNA generally refers to DNA that is transferred to an object through touch or through skin cells that are left behind on that object during handling.
And generally, if we were to compare touch DNA as opposed to the transfer of the bodily fluids that we suggested earlier, which are more effective at transferring DNA from one place to another?
Typically, bodily fluids would have more DNA than touch DNA, but of course it could depend on how much bodily fluids there are and or how much touch DNA is on the object.
Thank you. After that educational aside, I'll transfer back to the report, and I would ask you to discuss item G in the analysis that you conducted on item G.
Item G was swabs from a red substance on a bedroom light switch. I developed a 3-person mixture, and at least 2 of those 3 individuals were male. And I analyzed this assuming 3 individuals using star mix. When I compared the DNA profile from Taylor Schabusiness to this mixture, I found that it is at least 1 quadrillion times more likely to observe that DNA mixture profile if it is a mixture resulting from Taylor Schabusiness and 2 other people than if it were a mixture resulting from 3 random unknown people. This provides very strong support for inclusion, or very strong support that DNA from Taylor Schabusiness is present in the mixture. I then compared the DNA profile from Schabusiness and also found that it is at least 1 quadrillion times more likely to observe that DNA mixture profile if it is a mixture resulting from Schabusiness and 2 other people than if it were a mixture resulting from 3 random unknown people. This also provides very strong support for inclusion, or very strong support that DNA from Schabusiness is present in the mixture.
And then moving to item H, what was item H?
Item H was the sweatpants that I examined in this case.
And what did you do to then further evaluate those sweatpants prior to doing DNA analysis?
I examined the sweatpants looking for staining that appeared reddish-brown color. That could be blood. I did observe staining, reddish-brown staining on the sweatpants, and I ended up taking 4 different samples from 4 different reddish-brown stains.
And again, did you do presumptive testing for blood on that item?
Yeah, yes, I did. All 4 of those stains were positive for the, or they were presumptively positive. So presumptive testing for blood was positive on those sweatpants.
And 4 different swabs that you generated, then we'll take those one by one. Can you first address item H1 in the analysis you conducted on H1?
Item H1 was the First sample I took, a swabbing of a reddish-brown stain on the right leg of the sweatpants. I developed a two-person mixture. One of those two appeared to be male. One of those individuals contributed more DNA than the other, and I was able to determine a major female contributor, which again is that DNA profile from that one female individual who contributed the most DNA to the mixture. And I concluded that Taylor Schabusiness is the source of that major female contributor DNA. I was also able to determine a minor male contributor DNA profile, and I concluded that Shadtherian is the source of that minor male DNA, so the lesser contributor of DNA to the mixture.
Yeah, and did you conduct a similar analysis on item H2?
Yes, item H2 was a swabbing of a reddish-brown stain on the left leg of the sweatpants. I again developed a two-person mixture, and one of those two was male. I was able to determine a major female contributor, and I concluded that Taylor Schabusiness is the source of that major female contributor DNA. I was also able to determine a minor male contributor, and I concluded that Shadtherian is the source of that minor male contributor DNA.
And again, those source attributions, is that because it's more than 1 in 7 trillion times more likely that it would be them than some other person?
So that 7 trillion number is not a likelihood ratio. It's a different type of stat. So it's a probability. So the probability of randomly selecting an individual from the population in general, that probability is more rare than 1 in 7 trillion. The probability of randomly selecting a profile that would match that evidentiary profile by chance.
Now moving to item H3, which is the third swab from the sweatpants, you conducted a similar analysis, but the result ended up being a little bit different. Is that right?
Yes, this one was a little bit different. I developed a two-person mixture. At least one of those two appeared to be male. For this particular mixture, I analyzed using star mix, assuming a two-person mixture. When I compared the DNA profile from Taylor Schabusiness, I found that it is at least 1 quadrillion times more likely to observe that DNA mixture profile if it is a mixture resulting from Taylor Schabusiness and one other person than if it were a mixture resulting from 2 random unknown people. This provides very strong support for inclusion, or very strong support that DNA from Taylor Schabusiness is present in the mixture. I then compared the DNA profile from Shadtherian and also found that it is at least 1 quadrillion times more likely to observe that DNA mixture profile if it is a mixture resulting from Shadtherian and one other person than if it were a mixture resulting from 2 random unknown people. That also provides very strong support for inclusion, or very strong support that DNA from Shadtherian is present in the mixture.
And Mr. Scott, can you explain why with this two-person mixture you used the star mix to conduct your analysis as opposed to the sorts of source attributions that you did with the previous mixtures?
Yes, with the previous 2 mixtures, there was enough of a difference in the amount of DNA that was contributed by both, in which I was able to easily determine the profile from the major contributor and the minor contributor. With this third swabbing, the swabbing of the reddish brown stain on the left leg, H3, there wasn't as clear of a difference between the contributions of DNA between those 2.
And then the final swabbing of the sweatpants, item H4, what was your analysis as it related to that item?
This item H4, another swabbing of a reddish-brown stain on the right leg of the sweatpants. I developed a single source male profile, and I concluded that Shadtherian is the source of that DNA.
Move on to then item I1. What was item I, and then tell us what item I1 is.
So item I was the penile swabs from Shadtherian. Item I1 is the cutting that I took from that swab for the purposes of DNA analysis.
And what sort of analysis did you then conduct on that item?
I developed a single source male profile, and I concluded that Shadtherian is the source of that DNA.
And with respect to item J, what is that item?
Item J was a swab from a dildo.
And what sort of analysis did you conduct on that item?
I developed a 3-person mixture. At least one of those 3 individuals was male. And I analyzed that mixture using star mix, assuming 3 individuals. When I compared the DNA profile from Taylor Schabusiness, I found that it is at least 1 quadrillion times more likely to observe that DNA mixture profile if it is a mixture resulting from Taylor Schabusiness and 2 other people than if it were a mixture resulting from 3 random unknown people. That provides very strong support for inclusion, or very strong support that DNA from Taylor Schabusiness is present in the mixture. I then compared the DNA profile from Shadtherian, and I received an uninformative likelihood ratio. So uninformative just means that statistical values in that range have been observed both for individuals known to be in a mixture and individuals known to not be in a mixture. Therefore, no conclusion will be made regarding the presence of DNA from Shadtherian to that mixture. Essentially, there is no strong support that its DNA is there, and there's no strong support that its DNA is not there.
And then you mentioned, does that summary that we went through, does that cover all of the autosomal STR DNA analysis that you conducted in this case?
Yes, it is.
And you talked earlier about the YSTR DNA and conclusions that that there is YSTR DNA analysis that can be done. Did you utilize that in this case?
Yes, I did.
And what items did you test for using the YSTR method?
So using that YSTR method, I tested the oral swabs from Shadtherian for use as a standard for comparisons. And I also tested the swab from the dildo. So that swab from the dildo had a large amount of female DNA and a relatively small amount of male DNA. So I decided to perform this YSTR testing on it as well.
And with respect to item J1, what was your YSTR testing conclusion?
I developed a mixture of at least 2 males. So at least 2 different males contributed DNA to this mixture.
Saw defense counsel look up there.
This mixture is suitable for exclusionary purposes only. So I cannot make an inclusionary statement, or I cannot say that somebody is consistent with the DNA in this mixture. I can only make comparisons, and if there are enough differences between the mixture and the individual standard, I might be able to say that that person's DNA is not present, so they would be excluded. Otherwise, if they cannot be excluded, they would be inconclusive. So for this comparison, I compared the YSTR profile from Shadtherian to this mixture from the swab from the dildo. And I concluded that the possible contribution of DNA from Shadtherian is inconclusive due to the complexity of the mixture.
Mr. Scott, the
That's kinda
conclusions
good for
that you
defense,
testified
for
here
one
to
of the
today and the
charges.
conclusions that are contained in your report, are those your opinions to a reasonable degree of professional responsibility?
I believe so.
I would move for the admission of the exhibit, Your Honor. I think it's 88.
Any objection to 88?
One moment, Your Honor. No objection.
88 will be received.
No further questions for the witness at this time.
Okay, cross-examination, Mr. Freilich.
Mr. Scott, good afternoon. As to the testing and swabbing of the dildo, item J1, are you saying that you could not confirm whether or not Shadtherian's DNA is on that item? Is that what you're saying?
Correct. He had an uninformative conclusion for the autosomal results and an inconclusive conclusion for the YSDR results.
If that item was touched on someone's body, would it be likely that DNA would show up on that item?
DNA can transfer to an item, that's possible. However, it is also possible that an object could be touched and we would not be able to detect enough of that person's DNA to develop a profile.
If I shook your hand, would my DNA likely transfer to your hand and vice versa?
It's possible.
You tested a light switch, correct?
I
Or
tested
a profile from a light switch?
Yes, I had a swab that was reportedly from a light switch.
Do you know which light switch it was?
It was from a red substance on a bedroom light switch.
Okay. And it's true that blood was not detected on that light switch? That's item G?
Correct, blood was not detected on that item.
But you don't know what location, correct, where they came from, which light switch, what address?
If I remember correctly, I thought it was from Taylor Schabusiness's apartment, but I don't have that information in my report.
That would be at Eastman Avenue? On Eastman Avenue, do you know?
I would have to check my my notes that I have with me to see if that information is available. I don't remember offhand.
You tested some penile swabs from Shadtherian, correct?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of that? What was the purpose of the testing?
They were submitted to me.
Okay, but you were looking for DNA, correct?
Yes.
His DNA?
I was looking for any DNA that was present on the item.
Okay. And sperm cells were not identified on the penile swabs from Mr. Therian. That was item I, correct?
That's correct.
So when you do DNA testing, you just test whatever you're asked to test, correct?
Typically, we do have the ability to choose which items that we want to test, and occasionally if a case has a probative result, we may not continue testing other items depending on the circumstances of the case. But in general, I would test most of the items that are submitted to me.
Okay. I know that you found some very strong support for inclusion as it results from the right and left hand swabs of Taylor Schabusiness, correct?
That's correct.
And basically, are you saying that you found DNA from Shadtherian on Ms. Schabusiness's hands? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that there's very strong support that DNA from Shadtherian is present on those swabs.
Okay. And if people are hanging out, going out for dinner or using drugs or whatever they're doing, and they have physical contact in some way, shape, or form, DNA can be transferred, correct?
That's possible, yes.
Steve, I will do that. I actually was looking at the Megan Amirowitz sentence. She got 1 year
you
from
did
the death of her father.
Look at
Just saw that on court
swabs
TV.
from the inside of a box,
Okay,
right?
Steve?
That's correct.
That was item F1.
Correct.
And the major contributor to the inside of the box was Shadtherian, correct?
That's correct,
Always a
yes.
safe bet.
No DNA from Taylor Schabusiness was found in the box or on the box, correct?
So there was a minor contributor, however, it was not suitable for comparison, so that could be from anybody, including Taylor Schabusiness.
Okay. If I, just hypothetically speaking, if I picked up a box and put it in the back of my car or put it downstairs in the basement or wherever, would my DNA likely transfer to the box?
It's possible.
She was credited time served, 5 years of probation, I see. Thanks to our friends at
When,
Court TV.
when you refer to a minor contributor, what does that mean? Can you explain that for me?
Yeah, so in a profile that has a major contributor and a minor contributor, the major contributor would just be the DNA profile from that one person who contributed the most DNA to the mixture. And the minor contributor would be the profile from the person who contributed the lesser amount of DNA to that mixture.
Okay. And when you talk about DNA being found, you're not necessarily saying it's blood, saliva, semen, or anything. You're just saying that it's DNA, correct?
Correct. Typically, when we generate these DNA profiles, they would typically be from any source of DNA that's present on the item, whether it's skin cells or blood or saliva.
Okay. And hypothetically speaking, if I have people over to my residence and I have a get-together, and people touch the light switch, maybe they go in the bathroom and use the switch, would their DNA likely transfer to the light switch?
It's possible.
Is that how sometimes you can have a two or multiple person mixture? Is that how that results?
If there's DNA from multiple individuals on the item, then there could be a mixture, yes.
Okay, I have no other questions. Thank you.
Redirect?
Sort of a small point of clarification. As it related to item F, which was the swab reportedly from a red substance inside a box, you didn't actually do that swabbing yourself, correct?
Correct. I received a swab from the law enforcement agency.
And the swab itself specifically denoted that it was from a red substance inside the box, correct?
Yes, that was the information that was given to me.
Typically, if you saw that, that would not be suggestive that the entire outside of the box would have been swabbed and included in that as well, correct?
I would assume it was only from the swabbing of that substance inside the box, not the outside.
Thank you. No further questions.
Anything on those questions, Mr. Fraley?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. You're excused.
All right, I just posted up on Legal Mindset stream. He does have a great
Okay,
set
state's
of
next witness.
guest over there streaming with him.
Olivia Sassman.
So I'm calling that out. Can't hear what they're saying since I'm listening to this, but oh, now he has my stream on there, so we're in the metaverse at this point. As I am telling you that the Legal Mindset stream is fantastic and has great guests on it. And I would know that even if it hadn't been recommended by Steve Gosney, but I mean, when is Steve Gosney wrong? I haven't seen it. This is the dude who's talking me out of the death penalty, so it is what it is. I gotta take logic and reason where it comes. So what's going on here? I'm in this meta chat now. It's like 500 dimensions deep. So when they're busting on Steve over there, I don't know if it's me or Gosney, so that's good. So it could be either one of us or both of us. You could kill two birds with one stone like that.
Okay, we're right up here, ma'am. And then before you have a seat, if you
Taylor
can just turn and
Schabusiness
face her,
continuing
raise
her
your right hand, she will place
crazy
you under
look.
oath.
Extravaganza.
Around the, there you go.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God. Yes. Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
Olivia Sassman.
Okay, then the witness is yours, Mr. Saunders.
Hi, Ms. Sassman. How are you employed?
I currently work for
Oh, wait, maybe
DCI, the Division of
Legal
Criminal
Mindset was streaming
Investigations,
the other stream.
and I
Now
am
he's
the
streaming this
Evidence
stream.
Program
That's
Manager.
awesome.
DCI, is that a state agency?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Did you previously have employment with a different state agency?
Yes, I used to work for the State Crime Lab in Madison.
Okay. And how are you employed with the crime lab?
I was an evidence specialist.
What does that mean?
That means that I receipted any evidence that came into the lab. I also released evidence once we were done testing it.
And can you describe the process, I guess, how the Wisconsin State Crime Lab receives items of evidence?
Yeah, so law enforcement agencies can either submit evidence in person or they can mail it in through USPS, FedEx, UPS. And once we receive the evidence, we enter it into our laboratory information system and we create a case.
Camera person zooming in so you
And
can
then,
see those
as
earrings.
part of the receipt process, is there also, documentation that's completed with respect to the condition of some of those items?
Yes. So agencies will send in a transmittal that lists all the items of evidence that they are submitting, and then we provide them with the receipts. If there is something wrong with the evidence packaging, we will make a note of it on the receipt.
All right, I'm going to fire this new banner up. See what kind of delay we're on here to the other channel. Oh, my scrolling comment is being covered by that scrolling comment. This trial be moved to Texas. I don't know that Texas is reliable for the kind of penalty you want, but I get what you're saying. This is all very strange. All right, remember, guys, this is phase 1 for guilt. If they find her guilty here, which they will, unless the jury's insane, then they'll go to phase 2 to decide if she was insane. And that doesn't have to be unanimous, and it is her burden if it goes to phase 2.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 89. I'll start with that one. There. Do you recognize Exhibit 89?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
That is a receipt of physical evidence.
And is that a form that's typically completed by the Wisconsin State Crime Lab as part of a receipt of evidence in a case?
Yes, this is the receipt that we provide to law enforcement agencies once we're done entering their case.
Okay. And I should have asked, you being employed with the Wisconsin State Crime Lab, were you employed in that capacity in March and April of 2022?
Yes.
Okay. And then with respect to Exhibit 89, does it indicate who from the lab would have received the items of evidence that were submitted?
It said that I received them.
Okay. And is there also an area to sign and date that?
Yes.
What was the date of that receipt at the Wisconsin State Crime Lab?
March 10th, 2022.
Thank you. And
Legal Mindset
does
running a
it
nice
indicate
spicy chat on his channel.
Agency, or I guess
You're
the
having
Wisconsin
trouble
State
staying
Crime
awake after
Lab's,
lunch.
Case number.
He's got it going.
Yes, it does.
What is that?
M22636.
And does the receipt indicate how the items were received by the crime lab?
It says they were received in person.
And then does it indicate who submitted them?
Nathan Kolinski.
Okay. Is he with the Green Bay Police Department?
Yes, he is.
All right. And then how many items were received by the Wisconsin State Crime Lab?
10 items.
Are those items A through J?
Yes.
All right. Are those items that kind of get designated by the crime lab?
Yes.
All right. And then, so basically, Exhibit 89 is a receipt that the crime lab received these items on that date.
Yes.
Shout out to the
And I
lab for
think
hiring
earlier
people
you also
young enough who
mentioned
can
part of your
look at things close
responsibilities
and
were
far
also releasing
at the same
evidence.
time
Is that
without
accurate?
glasses.
Yes.
And I guess when are items released from the Wisconsin State Crime Lab?
We release the items when the analysts are done testing them.
And I believe in front of you, or sorry, to your left is Exhibit 90. Is Is that still up there?
Yes.
Do you recognize Exhibit 90?
Sure.
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
That is an evidence release form.
And does that just indicate that the previously mentioned items A through J were returned to the Green Bay Police Department?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Does it also indicate who released those from those crime lab?
Yes,
And who would that have been?
I released them.
All right. And is there also a signature and date on that?
Yes.
What's the date that they were returned?
April 21st, 2022.
And again, those are documents that you would believe you would prepare based on your signature and time and date?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. I'd move Exhibits 89 and 90.
Any objection?
No objection, subject to cross.
I don't
89
object.
and 90 will be received.
In either document, is there any notation with respect to an irregularity or issue with the state of those items of evidence?
No.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Cross-examination, Mr. Freilich.
Could I have Exhibits 89 and 90? There.
I don't think there'll be much to this.
Ms. Sassman, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You work for the Division of Criminal Investigations, otherwise known as DCI,
Yes, I do.
and that's part of the Wisconsin State Crime Lab,
No, it's part of the Department of Justice.
Okay.
But we are separate from the crime lab.
part of DOJ.
Yes.
And your role is to be the evidence specialist?
At DCI, I'm the evidence program manager. When I was at the crime lab, I was an evidence specialist.
Okay, so you supervise other people?
No, at DCI, I'm in charge of things like audits and scheduling those things and making sure all the evidence rooms are running smoothly.
Okay. Back in March and April of 2022, you were the evidence specialist, is that correct?
Yeah.
Correct.
Trial's been pretty smooth so far.
And that job was to do what? Track evidence and keep it in proper custody?
Yes, we would receive the evidence as it came in. If the analysts needed the evidence, we would release it to them, and then we would release it to the agencies once we were done with the analysis.
Exhibit 89 is here, and it's the receipt of physical evidence. You saw that, correct?
Yes,
You have it up by you?
I do.
So you received
Shout out to Legal
items A
Mindset for
through
putting us
J,
on the
is that
rotation.
correct?
Correct.
And these
Put you
items
guys
were
open
in
in the
sealed
browser.
manila envelopes, correct?
Here it goes.
Some of the items.
And the items that you received were
Yeah, I
basically
agree. It's been great.
buccal swabs or various swabs from different items. Is that fair?
There's also a pair of sweatpants,
You
but
rec-
everything else is, and a dildo.
Okay.
Legal
You
Mindset
received
now
all
Nick
that?
Ricada.
Yes.
And then he went to Joe and back to Jeff.
When you get it,
Everybody's
when you
streaming.
get this,
Sorry.
this evidence,
Post lunch.
where do you put it?
It depends on the type of evidence that we receive.
Well, I'm talking about this case.
For swabs,
Yeah,
we would put them in the freezer for
Okay.
storage.
okay,
For the sweatpants, we would put them in our general storage.
okay. And at the DCI, Department of Justice, you have like a evidence room where you keep things?
At DCI, yes.
Okay. And is it secure,
Yes,
locked?
yes.
And are you responsible for who takes items out and who puts items in?
At DCI, it depends on the location. We have multiple DCI offices around the state.
All of the items that we're talking about, were they kept in Madison?
Yes, they were kept at the state crime lab,
Okay.
not at DCI.
Oh, at the State Crime Lab, okay. But were you working there at the time?
I was working for the crime lab, yes.
Okay. Can other people have access to these particular items, or is it only analysts?
So the only people that have access to the evidence room are other evidence specialists and supervisors.
Okay.
So an analyst cannot access them.
If an analyst wants to do testing on these items, what do they have to do? Do they have to confer with you and get approval from you?
They have to contact us, and then we will provide them with the evidence.
Okay. And is that what happened in this particular case?
Yes.
Okay. When an analyst wants to do testing, do they do the testing on one day and then put it back?
Usually, no. That's a better question for the analysts. They tend to keep the evidence until they're completely done with it.
Could they keep it for days on end or not?
Yes, they can.
Okay. And so when they go home at night for, after work, where do the items stay?
The analysts have their own secure locations to store the evidence.
Okay. When you received these items, do you inspect them to see whether they got damaged in the mail or if there's any issues with the packaging or labeling or anything like that?
Yes, so we will check the evidence packaging to make sure there's no tears or damage. And then if there are labels on the packaging from the agency, we will make sure it matches the transmittal.
Okay. Have you ever seen items that are received by the state crime lab that are damaged?
I've seen damaged packaging before.
When you got these items A through J, were any of the items, the packages damaged?
No, they were not.
Okay. Everything was intact?
Yes.
Anything about the items that you received that were cause for concern?
No.
Okay.
Race ipsa locator.
I'm sure in your
close.
experience, you've seen labels that are mismarked and things like that, correct?
Yes,
It happens sometimes, right?
it does.
Did that happen with any of the items that you received with regards to this case?
No, it did not.
And then is it protocol then to fill out this form and identify the item and then describe what it is?
Yes.
Do you fill out this form?
Yes.
And then do you sign it as the recipient?
Yes, I do.
And you received items A through J on what, March 10th of 2022?
Yes.
That was at 11:01 a.m.?
Yes.
With regards to Exhibit 90, the evidence disposition -release form, is that a form you prepared?
Yes, it is.
And does this evidence disposition release form contain all of the same items that are on the other one? Or does it contain more?
It contains more.
Why are these two forms different? Why do they have different items?
So the evidence receipt form, that is all the evidence that was submitted to the lab on March 10th. The evidence release form is all of the evidence that's being sent back to the agency, and that includes a DNA packet that the analyst creates, as well as all the extractions from the analysis that they completed.
This Exhibit 90, did you sign this evidence disposition form?
Yes, I did.
Did you type it up?
Yes.
And was it dated April 21st or April 22nd of 2022?
So I created it on April 21st, 2022.
And then someone else signed it on April 22nd of 2022?
Yes.
Why is that?
So we returned the evidence through Speedy, which is a courier company. And so Green Bay Police Department would have received it on April 22nd, 2022. And that is their signature.
So after all the testing was done and all these items that the Wisconsin State Crime Lab received, Speedy Delivery Service was used to transport it back to Green Bay to the police department?
Yes.
Why didn't someone from the State Crime Lab deliver it to the Green Bay Police Department?
It is not our policy to deliver the evidence back to agencies. We either ship it back or they have to come in person and pick it up.
Did you call the Green Bay Police Department to ask them to come and pick up these items once they were done being tested?
No.
Okay. Why not? Wouldn't that be something you would do?
Generally, we always ship the evidence back unless it's for an agency that is near the crime lab in Madison, or if it contains a lot of large items, like, for example, like a rifle, which would be much harder to ship back.
Was everything shipped back to the Green Bay Police Department on April 21st of 2022, or was it a different day?
It was shipped back on April 21st, 2022.
And is it true that the Green Bay Police Department received these items the next day on April 22nd of 2022?
That's what they wrote on the form.
A day later?
Yes.
So we don't know where this stuff was sitting for a whole day, do we?
No.
Thank you, nothing further.
Redirect?
No.
Thank you, you can step down.
Pretty soft sentence on Megan, huh?
State will call AJ Gannon.
I'm hoping we get to the statements of Taylor today, or interrogation or whatever she has going against her that the state has. I think there were some statements she made then in her interview / interrogation. I'd like to hear that.
Sure, if you want to step up here, and before you have a seat, turn and face her and raise your right hand.
Well, let's see.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God. Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
Can I speak right now?
Yes.
My name is Alexander Gannon.
Okay, the witness is yours, Mr. Saunders.
So I introduced you as AJ. Is that a preferred nickname you go by?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but your proper name is Alexander.
Yes.
Okay. So is it okay if I call you AJ?
That's fine.
All right.
Yeah, I don't think she's
So
going to
AJ,
testify.
how old are you?
25.
Do you live in the Green Bay area?
Yes.
Did you grow up here as well?
Yes.
Did you go to high school and middle school here?
Yes.
AJ, do you know somebody by the name of Shad Therian?
Yes.
And how do you know Shad?
I've known him since middle school.
Right. And what middle school did you go to school with him at?
I think I saw him before a couple times in like intermediate, but we mainly ran up at Bayview.
Okay. Bayview Middle School?
Yeah.
Okay. And throughout, schooling, and I guess now you're an adult, did you keep in touch with Shad?
Well, after about maybe it was the first year I moved into my apartment was when I started really connecting with a lot of people that I've ran into or I've talked with, and Chad was one of them.
Okay. So there's a reacquainting period, I guess?
Yes.
All right. AJ, do you also know somebody named Taylor Coronado or Schabusiness?
Yes.
And how do you know her?
Since middle school.
Similar to Shad?
Yes.
Did you remain kind of friendly with Taylor as well?
Yes.
Sorry, is that a yes?
Yes.
Sorry. So AJ, I want to ask you about February 21st of 2022. It was a Monday. Do you recall the date I'm talking about?
Yes.
Okay.
So I don't know when this happened, but I don't know.
Sure. So do you recall a day where you were, I guess, hanging out with Shad and Taylor?
Okay, I didn't. You were saying the date, but I didn't.
Sure.
I didn't have context. So.
Sure. So I want to ask you then, let's get this way. At some point, did you become aware that Shad had passed away?
It was only after when the day before I was heading out to vacation to see my parents.
Passed away
My
doing a
dad
lot of work
specifically.
there.
All right. And was that in February of 22?
No, it was a week after. I think it was. So it was in February. No, I had vacation in June, but I don't remember. I'm sorry. I have like a lot of like mental problems.
Sure.
So it's like hard to like keep a constant catalog of memories.
Always what you want your witness to say.
Are you referring to when you learned that Shad had passed?
All I knew was it was like a week. It was a week after, like something like that. I don't know for sure. All I knew was basically the day after, a couple days after, I was going to the Eastman apartment buildings because that's where I knew Taylor was at the time. And ironically, the same day that I went there, the police were knocking on my door, specifically, to try and get into reach for me with the situation. And the only thing that I knew at the time was basically they asked if I knew the whereabouts of Shad and Taylor. So like that's like the closest thing I can remember. It's just
Sure, and I know we're talking about something a long time ago, and dates may be a little fuzzy. Is that fair?
yeah. So sure you don't.
So that time you were talking about where law enforcement was asking you some questions, do you remember telling them about a time you were hanging out with Shad and Taylor?
Got a little
Yes.
leading there.
Can
The
you
night
tell,
of.
Can you tell us about that?
Yes. I was drinking a little bit belligerently, so it's the only time that I looked at like the clock was like before I left my apartment.
Drinking
So it was, like,
belligerently.
after 10:30, 10 around that time frame. And like basically it was like I just decided to stop dissociating a lot, and I felt bad for not talking to a whole lot of friends that I used to talk to, like Taylor and Chad. So I just hit up Taylor randomly. I was like, hey, like, what's up? Are you going to hang out? And then basically I went over to the apartments, and specifically when I got there, we were just chilling, chopping it up, like how we always do.
I'm too old to understand this.
Basically,
What is happening here?
I was like,
Camera guy's freaking
Taylor
out.
was asking like, do you wanna hang out with Shad? She was asking me like for consent to hang out with Shad, to bring him over, and I was like, yeah, that's fine, that's cool. And so
Could I stop you right there? I'm sorry. I just have a quick question. So when you said you were at the apartment, which apartment is this?
the Meadowview East apartment.
Yeah, how about not
Is
use
that
the phrase
kinda where
chopping
you-
it
you
up
thought Taylor was
when you're
staying,
talking
or
about
whose
hanging out
apartment
with
was it?
Taylor Schabusiness.
It
dude.
was it was the same.
Maybe that's why she's
apartments.
laughing. That is crazy.
I lived there, so it was like, I'm sorry, what?
Sure. So the apartment is on Eastman that you're talking about?
Yeah,
Okay. And I'm sorry, I interrupted. You were with Taylor, and then she brought up hanging out with Shad?
yeah,
Did you meet up with Shad that night?
yes, I did.
And where were you sort of hanging out with Shad then?
We picked him up, went back to the apartment, and was just chopping it up.
Is that
Oh
the
my
same
God,
apartment
dude.
you were just talking about?
Yes.
All right. And I want to date myself.
I'm
Chopping it
waking
up, what
now.
does that mean?
Thank you,
Oh,
Diaz.
it's just like kicking it, talking about whatever, just small talk or
Talking,
anything.
dismembering,
Just kind of having conversations.
just kind
Is
of
it,
watching TV
pretty
or
good?
cutting somebody's head off.
Chill atmosphere?
Yeah, it was a good
Chillaxing,
vibe.
would you say?
No major, issues or anything that stick out to you?
I never saw one thing that night.
Kind of Shad was acting normal?
Yes, he was.
Taylor was acting normal?
Well, I
Yes.
doubt that.
And you said this was about 10 o'clock, 10:30 at night?
This was when I went to the apartment, like around that time frame.
And this is still the apartment on Eastman?
Yes.
Okay. And then at some point, do you leave that apartment?
I left.
I'm
I
here,
did
aren't I?
leave. I left probably like at least maybe like a couple hours, maybe until like 1, 2 in the morning. I don't know for sure. It's like I
I
said,
don't know where
haven't
they're
looked
going
at
with
the
this
time.
guy,
before I left the
Have a
apartment.
couple
and I was a little
ideas.
drunk, so.
But at some point, you left the apartment. Were Shad and Taylor still at the apartment when you left?
From what I saw, I don't know, but that's what, yes, from what I saw.
And then after that point, had you ever seen Shad again?
What?
After that point, after you left that apartment, had you ever seen Shad again?
No, ironically, I hit him up the day after, or like a couple days, like the first week into the situation, and I call him, I message him about a song that he posted on his Facebook, which was it was like some rap song that I like. And I was like, yeah, I just like randomly sent him a message that day. I was like, yeah, it's dope. And then I was like feeling a little, when I don't have people talking to me a whole lot, I get a little anxious. And now I'm like, hey, what's up? Like, I'm a little concerned immediately.
Okay.
But like I didn't realize until after I talked, my friend mentioned to me specifically about what happened.
And I'm sorry, I'm jumping around on you here. I want to go back to when it was you and Taylor, and you
Yes.
went to go pick up Shad. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. How did you pick up Shad?
Me?
How did you and Taylor go and pick him up?
Okay. Well, we took a minivan.
Who drove?
Taylor.
Do you know whose minivan that was?
No.
Okay. Was it a minivan that was at that apartment that you were at?
Yes.
And you went to Shad's house to pick him up?
Yes.
Thank you, AJ. I have nothing further. Thank you.
Okay.
Freilich, do you have any
I'm not sure
questions?
what's up with that.
Yes, I do. Mr. Gannon, good afternoon. You knew Taylor and Shad since middle school?
Yes.
Okay. And you went to school at Bayview Middle School? Yes?
Yes.
And then did you go to high school together as well?
A little bit until the freshman year.
Okay. Did you go
I went
high-
to 3 different high schools in my freshman year,
Okay.
so
Did-
it's bouncing a lot.
That's okay. Did you go to high school with Taylor Schabusiness
Yes.
at Bayport?
Yes.
Okay. And you kind of knew her pretty well, correct?
Yes. Enough to associate with her.
You were friends with her?
Yeah, to associate and be friends with, yes.
And was it your understanding that at least in high school, Shad Therian and Taylor Schabusiness kind of were boyfriend and girlfriend? They dated a little bit?
Yes. I don't know how the connection between them, but it seemed like at the time after the breakup with Corey, it seems like that's like the only person that she always chill with sometimes. That's like whenever I see Shad, so more times over, especially when he's like chilling, I see Taylor or a couple other friends in that circle in there.
Okay.
They were pretty cool people.
Sure.
Okay.
Did you sometimes go over to Shad Therian's mother's house, Tara Pakinich on Stony Brook Lane?
Yeah, the year that I moved out, I visited a couple times, at least a handful of times.
Okay. Would you go over there to maybe eat or play video games and watch TV?
We wouldn't do a whole lot, but I just came. Typically, I was like the runt that would just be chilling with the whole pack, basically, of dogs that we're chilling with. You know what I'm saying? So,
Chilling with the whole pack
You
of
just kinda
dogs, you
hang
know
out
what I'm
with the
saying?
group?
We just chopping
hang
it,
out with
bro.
the group, yes,
Okay, all right.
basically, so.
Just,
Okay.
just shooting, stabbing, chopping.
Would you sometimes go over to Shad's father's house, Michael Therian's house?
Yes.
Okay. And was it such that Shad Therian, he lived with his father, Michael Therian?
At the time that I heard of,
Okay.
yes.
So you had been to Shad's father's house and Shad's mother's house, correct?
Yes.
And fair to say that you'd been over to the apartment on Eastman Avenue where Taylor Schabusiness was living, correct?
Yes. Yes.
And sir, you'd go over to that residence to kind of chill or hang out, listen to music, watch TV, whatever, correct?
Yeah.
You had Taylor's phone number?
I had her Facebook.
Okay. And as far as Shad Therian, you had his phone number or Facebook information?
Yeah, I had his Facebook at the time too.
Fair to say that all three of you, yourself, Mr. Gannon, Taylor Schabusiness, and Shad Therian, you all had each other's contact information, correct?
Yes, but after like a rough like patch with like a friend, I was like chilling. I just started dissociating. And I do that a lot for the past 10, 20 years. I just like, if I feel like people don't, if there's like a sort of discrepancy, I just like cut you off. It's like block you or whatever. And then that's the reason why the day before that situation with the murder, I hate him. I hate Taylor because I just wanted to associate again.
Okay.
So
Now, Taylor Schabusiness has a father. Do you know her dad?
yes,
Okay. His name is Arturo Coronado. Is that correct?
yes,
Had you been over to Arturo Coronado's house?
yes.
And was that with Taylor?
It was not the. This was like maybe like a year or like so before I visited. There's been very few times since I personally talked to Art. So
Okay. But had you been over to Art's house with Taylor in the past?
yes, I have.
So you kind of knew Taylor pretty well, fair?
Yeah.
Okay. And you knew Shad very well, correct?
Yeah.
Was it such that there were times when maybe you'd be hanging out with Taylor and Shad where they would be using marijuana together?
Prior
Yes.
acts aren't relevant.
Wait. No.
Stop.
Your Honor, I'll withdraw.
Thank you.
Questions withdrawn. Okay, ask another question, Mr. Freilich.
Did you see Taylor Schabusiness on February 23rd of 2022?
February 23rd.
Yes.
No,
How about the day before on February 22nd of 2022?
no.
You saw her on February 21st of 2022, correct? That was a Monday?
I don't know what day that was.
Okay.
That's just a little bit too out of my polymath. I'm sorry.
Okay, that's fine. But you did all hang out together and you drove over to Michael Therian's house. Is that your testimony?
Michael Therian.
Yes.
I think like all I don't know.
Okay.
So
You're not good with dates, correct?
I'm better with dates, just not like recently up for like the past 5, 10
Okay.
years. So
That's fine. So prior to you being told that Shad Therian was deceased, the days before you were told that, you were hanging out with Shad and Taylor, correct?
yes,
And did you notice anything odd about Taylor as far as her mannerisms, her eyes, her speech, anything like that?
no,
Did you have any feelings that she was acting weird when you had contact with her? Bizarre?
no.
Had there been occasions where you've seen her and you felt that she was acting very odd or unusual?
Judge. Relevance.
I'm good with dates, not just
Well,
for
I think it
the
goes
last
to
20
his
years or so.
observations of my client, Your Honor.
Well, then you need to narrow down with it for a time frame for him. So I'm going to sustain the objection. Ask another question, Mr. Freilich.
Okay, sure. Mr. Gannon?
Yes.
In the week before you had contact with the police where you talked to the officer, had you saw Taylor Schabusiness at that period of time, is that fair?
Yes,
And when you saw her, was it just one time or was it several times? Do you
it
know?
was only one time.
Okay, and that one time when you saw her, did you observe her to be acting in any kind of bizarre manner?
No,
Okay. Okay, nothing further. Thank you very much.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you,
Okay.
sir, you can step down.
That was something. But I'm not sure what it was. Taylor's expression actually on
Ladies and
point
gentlemen, we're
here.
going to take our afternoon recess. It's just a little bit before 3. We'll try to reconvene at 10 after 3. So all rise for the jury.
I don't know if I'd have to act crazy during that witness's testimony. That was strange.
Be seated. Can I get a sense, Mr. Saunders, as far as witnesses go? Last night we went to about 5, although that just kind of went off the rails a little bit as far as timing. And I guess I'm wondering if you can give me a sense what we're looking at this evening.
We have 6 more witnesses that would be available today. I would think they'd be on the shorter end, but
Okay.
I think we could finish then.
All right. Very good. Then we're in recess until 3:10. Anything else, actually, Mr. Fraley?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Very good. We're in recess.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Your Honor.
Yes.
Not sure who that was. We will see. Maybe we won't see. Give him a second here. It looks like that's it. So they've started the coming back to trial countdown. Go over this again just to have something for the moment, because I'm trying to reboot my own mind after hearing that. I'm not good with dates, like the last 20 years or so. Maybe he's a historian, and that was weird. So I don't know what that was about. I thought, well, let's just wait and see. Surely there's a reason why the state called this guy. Maybe he's going to show what good friends they were to show an element of loss. That didn't happen. Maybe he has some fact, and that didn't happen. And then I thought, well, maybe they were just worried the defense would call him for some point that would sound better in their case. So if they went ahead and called him, they could let the air out of that balloon. But that didn't happen either. So I don't really know what was up with that. All right. So to talk about this case again a little bit, the posture of it is phase 1, guilt, right? So the state has to prove everything beyond a reasonable doubt. All the elements of the crimes that they want to convict her of have to be proven in this phase. And then if they are, they'll go to phase 2, which is insanity. The jury is informed at the start of this case that there will be 2 phases of the trial. And the first is guilt and the second is responsibility. So when they go to phase 2, the jury will be asked or told that's what this is for, is to determine whether this person will be held responsible for the crime or not. And that's the trial phase for insanity. So they'll put up evidence of whether she had a mental disease or defect and whether that caused her to not be able to recognize right or wrong or act under a compulsion. It's her burden to show that. It's her burden to prove it, not the state's burden at that point. And it only has to be 10 out of 12 jurors, and there's some procedures if jurors fall out and things like that. So a different situation for sure than the normal trial. And it's not unconstitutional or whatever, because she doesn't have a right to have a defense like this in this way. Some states, 4 states, don't have traditional insanity defenses. So there you go. It's hard for me to think about the legal part of this because I'm still trying to figure out, thinking there had to be a reason to call this guy at this point for any reason. And what was it? I don't know. The chopping it up didn't help, I don't think, the defense or the state, really, other than it just sounded weird. Maybe it's to wake the jurors up a little bit. Just be like, listen, this isn't all going to be scientific evidence. You can hear the weirdest stuff that you've ever heard before at any moment, and then bring these other witnesses. The state says they have 6 other witnesses on tap that they'll move through quickly, and they think that could conclude for them. And I assume they mean for the day, because they have not yet, unless I missed it, and I don't think I did, put in her inculpatory statements yet that they have. And I think those are coming because it's my understanding the defense lost the motion in limine to prohibit that. So we will see. Here it comes. Commercial. We'll get to that. And that one was definitely targeted. All right, back. I got all the guns I need. I don't need to buy any more. So let's see. Yeah, this witness provided an opportunity for levity. Sometimes it's fun to make jokes about things, but also keeping up with this guy, like, what in the hell is he talking about? So you can figure out what to joke about. Maybe the behavior panel could tell us things about her. Maybe they can. She's a weird one, and she's very expressive. Was he corroborating the minivan? Well, he did say that she drove it. So I guess, maybe, and that he didn't know whose it was. So that might be the slight point. Let me put that comment up here that he was there to make, is that she sometimes used the minivan as if it were hers. So that could be. She wasn't always just chopping it up and chillaxing and all that. Sometimes she was driving to another place to chop it up and chillax with this guy who would sometimes want to associate to reduce his anxiety. So, yeah. Yeah. When she said chop it up, she lost it. Well, I'm not really on Taylor's side much here, but on that one, I could see that point. I did say in the chat, and I think this is what I was looking up when Steve Gosney came in, because I saw that it had been concluded, the sentencing hearing for Megan Amirowitz, who was the young woman who put the caustic substance on her father, and he ended up dying. And she got a 1-year sentence, time served, 5 years probation. So I think she was crying and stuff during the sentencing phase, probably figuring she'd be in bigger trouble than this. So that's it for her, I think, on that. It seems maybe a little light, but I don't know. I watched that trial, and it just was awful. Everything about it was awful in terms of the family dynamic. So what she was convicted of could have had a substantial sentence to it. So it's interesting. Yeah, I see pictures of the injuries, and here I think you're talking about Megan's case over their father. I did see some of those, and then some of the video from the officer in the hospital room. So it's obviously it was terrible, and he never recovered from it and died. Isn't it hard to prove insanity? Yeah, because it's not, is this crazy? It's the specific legal definition. The mental disease or defect that keeps you from knowing right or wrong is normally how it's done. You can also have the compulsion side of it. But there's often evidence of the person's behavior before or after the crime that shows that they do kind of know it's wrong, right? That they're trying to avoid getting caught for it and things like that. So if you thought you hadn't done anything wrong, why would you try and hide anything? Now, to her side on that, a while after she committed this murder, when the police arrested her, she still had bloody clothing on and blood on her. And that does seem quite batty. I mean, sometimes you see people who have cleaned up a crime scene and things like that, which is evidence that they are aware that what they're doing is wrong, shouldn't be doing it. And I think it used to be, at least when I was younger, more of a conception of not the morality side of it, but did you know that the law prohibited this? Did you know that you're not allowed to do this, but you decided to do it anyway? Because the right or wrong thing, I mean, we all may think that somebody needs something bad done to them, and that doesn't make us insane, right? Even though we think the law shouldn't prohibit something bad happening to somebody, and maybe at your own hands, we have the sense to know that that's not our decision to make. The law makes that decision. If we could all claim insanity and do whatever we wanted to somebody because we feel personally justified, that wouldn't be much of a definition of insanity. So I kind of prefer the old school way of looking at it as, was this person's mental condition such that they didn't understand that what they were doing was wrong and against the law, kind of like that, rather than just wrong. So it's an uphill battle. And then also in Wisconsin, it's the defendant's burden to prove it in the second phase of the trial. So it will be on her. I don't know what the defense is going to do, or if they've said yet, whether they're going to call witnesses and how long that would be. I haven't heard that, but we'll see, I suppose, pretty soon on that. So, as I mentioned earlier, I think this morning I was involved in a case with somebody who was found not guilty by reason of insanity and then filed a civil lawsuit. The person who did the killing filed a civil lawsuit against a mental health provider, saying that their failure to provide appropriate care was the proximate cause of this person killing people. And they won the case in front of a jury and were awarded a lot of money. But the Court of Appeals threw that out, saying that it's too much. The proximate cause issue was incorrect and reversed that verdict. So I have seen it personally on every side of that, from the person themselves to the jury situation and all of it. It occurred in Chapel Hill, where such things back then would be where they would occur in North Carolina, but now they can be anywhere, including especially here in Woke County. But although I'm going to say that for criminal law, because I think we have a pretty good DA here. I think we have a very reasonable DA. That's my personal opinion. And I vote for her whenever I get the chance, because I think she tries to do a balanced job. The city management, otherwise, though, not for me. Not as reasonable as the DA's office generally is. They have changed some people, so they need more. Looking for some questions on this before the court comes back. Will Schabusiness testify? In the opening, her attorney said that she may not, and you can't use that against her, and that's exactly correct, and I think that's what we know about it. However, I don't see her testifying helping her at all. She doesn't have an alibi that I'm aware of. And if she testifies and tries to show that she knows enough that she wasn't there and, she wouldn't be the kind of person to do such a thing, then this jury shows up for phase 2. If they do convict her, what's the chances that she can convince them that she's crazy? So I think her quote unquote testimony will come in from the statements that she made to the professionals who evaluated her for purposes of insanity. And then the state, I think, has their own experts for that. Yeah, and so I didn't mention this again, but I will. If you were on drugs, voluntarily on drugs or drunk or whatever in Wisconsin, that cannot form the basis of an insanity defense. Involuntary intoxication can be a defense in a certain way, but that is separate. It's different than insanity. It doesn't result in a bifurcated trial. It would be presented in the main trial. So the drug stuff is not going to help her here, not going to be allowed to help her here. If she says, well, I was crazy, but it was because I was on drugs, then she loses. So she can't do that. You cannot do that. She could testify dressed as Napoleon. That might help. I agree. I like that open-minded thinking, because a trial, people were talking earlier, was this a game or not? It's not really a game, but it is a competition. And yeah, that's a good one. I like it. Think of every angle you can. Sometimes you might, if you haven't seen it, you might be fascinated at some of the banter that goes on back and forth between the lawyers when they're out in the hallways or somewhere where they're not being watched about the cases they're involved in with each other. There can be some serious gallows humor that goes on. I don't buy this idea that someone doesn't know right from wrong. Yeah, and I agree with that. That is a tall burden. You need to convince the jury of that. In this situation, you got to convince the jury, because it's your burden that you don't know right from wrong. And I don't see that here. Now, I could believe it if she was so bonged out on drugs that she was chopping it up literally. I could believe that happened. However, that's not an insanity defense. Would her attorney tell her to knock off laughing, smirking, making eyes at the camera? I don't know. I mean, what would a crazy person do if they were sitting at that table? So I'm certainly not suggesting he's coaching her to behave in any way that she's doing, but I am saying, how do you want her to behave if you want her to come across as crazy? Because she did it. There's not going to be any question about that, I think. She did it. So your only hope later is a Hail Mary in the second phase of the trial to convince people that this chick is lunatic. And of course, she's had various hearings on whether she's competent to stand trial, and her team has asserted that she is not competent to stand trial currently, which is different than insane at the time of the crime. So again, I don't, if she looks wise and completely normal reactions to everything and very balanced. It doesn't really support that. So I'm not suggesting he's encouraged her to do that, but I am saying I don't know if I would want her to behave much differently. When you win a civil suit, do you get paid right away and have to repay if reversed on appeal? Generally not. If you win a civil suit, what you have then is a piece of paper. And then you have to wait a certain period of time, and then you have to try and execute your judgment. And if the person has their assets out of state, you have to go perfect the judgment in the other state. It's a lot, a whole lot. Now, if the person doesn't want to pay right away, and if you can get to their assets and they have an appeal going up, a lot of states can have a stay of execution. So they can post a bond. It's usually higher than the amount of the judgment. And if that bond is posted, then they don't have to pay you until the appeal's over. And that runs with the interest and stuff. And that's what was going on with Amber Heard in Virginia, is people thought, well, she has to post this bond or else she has to pay. And that's not true. Or she couldn't appeal is what people thought. And that was incorrect. She only had to pay that bond to avoid him trying to get the money from her. And getting money from people on civil judgments is not easy. But it's also not good to have a civil judgment against you. And it goes on the books, and in this state, 10 years, and you can get it renewed for another 10 years. So I'm just waiting for the noise to come back here. Yeah, I don't know that there's as much gallows humor in this case going on. Although, I wouldn't be surprised if they get along with each other and if they don't make a remark about that one. I mean, they're all living this too, right? Even though they're doing their job. Yeah, let's check this shirt. I mean, I changed shirts at lunchtime out of respect for this process. All right, let's see what's up. There is some hypnotic fabric there. I don't know if she had that off or if that's an additional product or what.
And before you have a seat, you turn and face her, and she'll place you under oath.
If the judge picked today to stop drinking, he picked a bad day to stop drinking.
Truth and nothing but the truth in the matter. Now before the court, so help you God.
I do.
Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
My name is Craig Pakla, Craig, P as in Paul, Akkala.
Right, Mr. Saunders, the witness is yours.
Officer, how are you employed?
I'm a detective with the City of Green Bay Police Department.
And how long have you been employed in law enforcement?
Approximately 30 years.
And is the entirety of that time with the Green Bay Police Department?
No, it is not.
You have prior law enforcement experience in a different jurisdiction?
I was a police officer in the state of Michigan.
Okay. How long have you been with the Green Bay Police Department?
Approximately 24 years.
In your current assignment as a detective, how long has that been for?
Approximately 8 years.
And I want to ask you about February 23rd of 2022. Do you recall if you were working in that capacity on that day?
I was.
And were you called in to assist in an apparent homicide investigation on that day?
I was.
To where were you dispatched to, or where did you respond to?
My initial response was to the Green Bay Police Department at 307 South Adams in Green Bay.
And what did you do when you got to the police station?
When I arrived at the station, I was soon thereafter asked to respond to 2353 Eastman Avenue to assist officers who were on scene there.
What was the reason you were dispatched to the Eastman Avenue residence?
Shortly before my arrival at the Green Bay Police Department, and I was contacted at approximately 4:45 in the morning. Shortly before my arrival there, I was advised that they located the suspect involved in the incident and also a vehicle that she was driving at that address.
And when you got to the Eastman Avenue address, what did you do?
When I first arrived at the address, I made contact with two different supervisors, one of which was Sergeant Jeff Schilling, and the second one was Lieutenant Tom Buckman, at which time they informed me of the status of the scene.
When you arrived, had the area sort of already been secured by other officers?
Yes, it had.
And can you describe how it was secured?
Officers, prior to my arrival, they noted some red substance in the snow along a sidewalk trail, and that area had some cones by it. or they're soon about to put cones by it. The entrance door to the apartment complex itself, and then within the complex common hallway, they had evidence tape securing that area.
And were some officers also providing security or monitoring of the crime scene to see who was entering and leaving?
There were.
What did you do, I guess, after speaking with those initial supervisors who were on scene?
After I spoke to the officers and supervisors that were present, I determined that we would need a search warrant to proceed with the search of the interior of the apartment, which was apartment number 1. I took note of the description of the building and area to be searched, including the apartment. I also took some preliminary pictures of the exterior of the building, including the suspect vehicle and the entranceway to the apartment, which was number 1.
And I want to ask you about some of those pictures. Showing what was previously been marked Exhibit 80. Do you recognize that exhibit?
I do.
What is that?
That is a picture of the side of the apartment complex as previously described. That is the north side of the apartment complex. The main entrance to the apartment 2353 to the common area is on the right side of the picture. That has some evidence tape in front of it. And that is a picture of 3 vehicles parked in a southbound direction. And I was informed that the middle vehicle, which is a van, was that in which the suspect arrived to the scene in.
And Exhibit 80, as you're looking at it, does that appear to fairly and accurately depict that area and those vehicles as you encountered them when you arrived on scene?
That is correct, it does.
Okay. And that's a photograph that you took as well?
I did.
You then, yeah, that's fine. You then indicated you were awaiting for a warrant to authorize the search of the inside of the apartment. Is that right?
That is correct.
Was one then obtained?
I did obtain a warrant.
Okay. And did you then participate in the search of that Eastman Avenue apartment?
I did.
And what apartment number was the subject of the search?
Number 1.
All right. And I guess was that reported to be the apartment where Ms. Schabusiness and Mr. Tomes were residing?
That is correct.
And I guess what was, generally your role in searching the apartment?
My role in searching the apartment was to look to evidence or look in areas where evidence that were listed in the warrant may be found. I did receive information of the type of crime that was committed at a prior address, so I listed those items which would be used in that particular crime, and we searched the apartment for those type of items.
In the course of your occupation, have you received training in searching areas such as apartments for items of evidence?
I have.
And have you received training in collecting physical evidence such as DNA and blood and other substances?
I have.
And in the course of your 30 years in law enforcement, is that something you've done in the past?
Yes, I have.
In this case, when you were sort of searching the residence, were you wearing any special attire?
I was.
Can you describe what that was?
I believe I had on some protective wear on my feet, but I also wore rubber gloves at any time I handled or collected evidence, especially that containing DNA.
The steps you took were consistent with your training and experience?
Yes.
All right. So I want to then show you what's been marked.
Question was whether she was a prostitute. Jeff had mentioned that. That's an interesting question. I don't know. The guy's making a lot of notes about these pictures. Yeah, there used to be dinosaurs in North Carolina, too. Somebody said there used to be panthers in North Carolina. I know, but I don't see any now. North Carolina cougars might be a more current thing it should be. There's plenty of those in North Carolina and South Carolina, since they just want to call it Carolina. A lot of cougars. If you don't believe me, just go to Cary and head to any place that serves white wine. A lot of consultation here. So I think panther is a blanket name that covers several big cats, including cougars, right? I mean, maybe. That's not the kind of cougar I'm talking about. I don't think panther covers those. They're their own breed. Get some bobcats. I mean, a lot of times you want to engage with your client like that, like you actually need their opinion on something. But when they're supposed to be insane, I don't know. I may have thought some of my clients were insane, but I wasn't trying to get them off for being insane.
Could you describe the inside of apartment number 1 at 2353 Eastman Avenue for us?
Apartment number 1 at 2353 Eastman is a single bedroom apartment. Entrance to the apartment is located on the east side of the hallway, the common entrance. As you walk in, there's a kitchen to your right, which is kind of an open kind of concept type kitchen. To your left is a bedroom, or I'm sorry, to your left is the living room. The living room has a window showing the parking lot, which was indicated in this picture. As you proceed east, there is a bedroom located on the furthest east side of the room in the north corner, and there's a bathroom to the right of that bedroom.
I'm going to show you exhibits 91 through 94. I'll ask you to look through those and ask if you recognize those exhibits.
I do recognize those exhibits.
What are those?
Those are photographs I took of various locations within the bedroom as described in that apartment.
And do those appear to be consistent with the scene you encountered on February 23rd, 2022 on Eastman Avenue?
Yes, they do.
I'd move those exhibits, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection, subject to cross.
91 through 94 will be received.
So then, Judge, I'd also ask permission to publish those exhibits.
Okay. All right, those can be published.
All right, so Detective, are we looking at Exhibit 91 projected?
Yes, you're looking at Exhibit 91.
All right, and what does 91 depict?
I'm sorry?
Sorry, what does 91 depict?
91 depicts the bed located in the bedroom of apartment number 1 at 2353 Eastman Avenue.
Okay, and then Exhibit 92, what does that depict?
That depicts a cell phone that was on the bed at the time I took the picture.
And is that consistent with the area that you recovered that cell phone from?
It is.
For instance, it wasn't moved from its location to your knowledge prior to taking this photograph?
That is correct. It was not.
And then did you collect that cellular device as part of your evidence collection in this case?
Yes, I did.
I also then want to move then to 93, I think. 93, is this what we're looking at?
Disgusting.
And what does 93 depict?
93 is a light switch for that bedroom as described. That light switch is located on a west wall. As you walk into the bedroom, it'd be to the left or to the north.
And it's the same bedroom, and I guess the sole bedroom in that apartment that we looked at earlier?
That is correct.
All right. And then Exhibit 94, what does this depict?
Exhibit 94 is a close-up of image 93 of the light switch. And I also have scale indicators on there showing the location where I took the picture.
She
Where it's
got his
located.
blood on her light switch.
Thank
Nice.
you. So then, with respect to Exhibit 94 here, did you conduct any further processing of that area?
I did. I collected a DNA sample, or I collected a swab of a potential DNA sample of the red substance on that light switch.
And how did you collect that DNA sample?
I collected that by way of using a swab, sterile swab, in a prepackaged container, so to speak. For this particular swab, because it was dry, I added distilled water to the end of that cotton swab, and then I simply rubbed the swab on there, and then I packaged that swab and sealed it at the scene.
And the swab that you collected and the procedure you just described, is that how you're trained to do it?
I am.
Okay. What did you do with that swab once you were completed with the processing?
When the completion of that particular swab, it was packaged and sealed. All items of evidence were returned to the Green Bay Police Department, where they are submitted into our evidence department, a secure property locker.
And I do want to just go back a little bit. I'm going to go to, I believe this is Exhibit 92. Sorry to jump around on you.
You're fine.
Is this Exhibit 92?
It is.
You indicated that phone was collected by yourself, is that right?
That is correct.
When you enter an item of evidence such as this into evidence, I guess, does it get assigned a unique identifier of some kind?
When we enter an item of evidence, we create a number showing who collected it or who processed it into evidence, yes.
Okay. And was that done to your knowledge for this phone?
Yes.
And do you recall what the number was offhand?
No, I won't be able to recall that.
Okay. Are there a lot of numbers that you're keeping in your head with respect to the exhibits you collected?
That is correct.
Would you have documented that or memorialized that in your details?
I would have,
Okay.
yes.
Would that assist you in refreshing your memory and what the exhibit number for that item is?
It would.
I'm going to show you what's been marked. Exhibit 95. Do you recognize Exhibit 95?
Exhibit 95 are my details related to this case and the search of that apartment.
And I'd ask if you could review the details, particularly the top of page 2, and then I'll ask if that helps refresh your recollection as to that item, that exhibit number.
It does refresh my memory.
Okay, and then what is the item number of that cellular device?
That cellular device that was collected, which was on the bed, is evidence number 22-229-240-370-004.
So those last 6 numbers, 370004, what do those signify?
370 is my personal computer number that's associated to our reporting system. 004 is merely a item that I collected associated with my computer number, and that is just a sequential order that they're placed in as I put these items into evidence. So that was the 4th item that I categorized.
Thank you, Detective. I have nothing further.
Cross-examination, Mr. Freilich.
Thank you, Detective Pakla. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Sir, you were contacted by your Lieutenant Goon, on February. regarding an apparent homicide, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the information that you received was that a mother discovered something in a bucket in her basement, correct?
That is correct.
There are different officers or investigators or detectives already involved, correct?
Yes, sir.
That being Detective Like, Detective Groff, Detective Kempf, correct?
That is correct.
And you gained information that someone by the name of Stephen Hendricks had called Brown County Dispatch at about 3:25 a.m. to report this. Is that fair?
That is fair.
And then while en route to the Green Bay Police Department, you heard other officers calling out with a need to possibly go to 2353 Eastman Avenue. Is that fair?
That is fair.
So when you got to the station, you were briefed by Lieutenant Bagoon, correct?
He was one of them, yes.
And were you told to go over to Eastman Avenue?
Yes, sir.
And so did you go there by yourself?
I did.
Okay, and you met up with other detectives, correct?
At the scene at that time, I was the only detective at the scene.
Okay. There are other officers there, correct?
Yes, sir.
Officer Garth Russell was there?
I don't recall Garth Russell being there.
Okay. Do you know who else was there?
The two that I made contact with were Sergeant Jeff Schilling and Lieutenant Buckman, Tom Buckman.
And what time did you get to the Eastman Avenue apartment complex?
I don't know the exact time, but it was after 4:45 and still in the hours of darkness during that day.
All right. There's snow on the ground, correct?
There
It's
was.
cold outside, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you made your way up to the front door of the apartment complex, correct?
I did.
Had individuals already been arrested by the time you got there?
They had, yes.
All right. When you walked up, did you see crime scene tape at all?
I did see tape in the doorway entrance, yes.
Okay. Later, did you see crime scene tape around the Town and Country minivan?
I don't recall that.
Okay. All right. And then your plan was basically to go into apartment number 1 at this apartment complex to conduct a search, right?
That is correct.
And did you have a search warrant at the time?
I did.
Okay. And so then you walked into the unit, correct?
Following the search warrant, yes.
Okay. And the bedroom and living room windows face the parking lot, is that correct?
The living room window for sure does face the parking lot. I'm uncertain on the bedroom window.
Were any individuals inside of apartment number 1?
No.
And so you walked around and started looking for things, correct?
I began my search, correct.
Started
You searched
detecting.
the living room and the kitchen?
I searched the bedroom area,
Okay. There's one bedroom there, correct?
correct.
In the bedroom area, did you find any body parts or human remains?
No, not outright, no.
Okay. Did you find anything of evidentiary value in that bedroom?
I believe I collected items of evidentiary value, yes.
What did you collect? A telephone?
I collected 2 cell phones.
Okay. Where were the cell phones?
Where are they now?
No, where were they?
Oh, one was depicted on the bed in one of the images, and the second one was in a purse.
Okay. Exhibit 91, that photograph depicts a bed, correct?
Yes, it does.
And there's a phone on the bed, correct?
Yes,
Bed's got a gray comforter on it, correct?
it does.
And there's a phone cord there.
Correct.
And there's some other device, I don't know if that's a fan or something else. Is that true?
Correct.
Okay. And then Exhibit 92 is just basically a close-up picture of the comforter, correct?
Correct.
Exhibit 93 is a light switch, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that light switch is on the wall in the bedroom of Unit 1 at 2353 Eastman Avenue?
That is correct.
That light switch is cracked, correct?
It is correct.
And there's smear marks on it, correct?
Yes, I would describe those as smear marks.
You looked at those smear marks. Was that an issue for you? Like, as far as, were you concerned about what that was?
I was concerned due to the marks and the coloration. I felt it was a value for evidence to collect that, yes.
And did you collect it then?
I did.
You had no contact with Taylor Schabusiness on this particular date, correct?
No, sir, I did not.
All the contact with Ms. Schabusiness was with Detective Groff and Detective Kempf, correct?
From the best of my knowledge, yes.
You never talked to her at all, correct?
No, sir.
You never saw anybody in the gold Town and Country minivan that was parked, correct?
No, sir.
You saw, that's true, right?
Yes, sir.
You never saw any people inside the van when you walked up or when you left, fair?
Fair, I did not.
And you never saw that gold Town and Country minivan move at all, correct?
No, I did not.
How long were you at the scene at Eastman Avenue?
I was at the scene initially for approximately an hour. Then I left to complete the search warrant and returned. And then I was at the scene for several hours to complete the search.
And this apartment complex, is it called Meadowview East Apartments?
I believe that's the name of that section, yes.
And the vehicles, they park basically in a line next to each other, is that fair?
That is fair.
In front of that, there's a sidewalk, correct?
There is.
And the police tape was around just the gold minivan, or was it around the vehicle on either side of the minivan?
I don't recall the police tape organizational or if there was police tape around the minivan itself.
Okay. At some point in time, was it such that a gentleman, maybe part of the facility or whatnot, but he was shoveling and he continued to shovel down the sidewalk underneath the police tape into the crime scene? Did that happen?
I recall a person shoveling, but as I said, I left prior to, I was gone from the scene, so I don't know where he shoveled to or if he made it to the crime scene area.
Whose responsibility was it to protect and preserve the crime scene and where the yellow police tape was located?
Lieutenant Buckman and or Sergeant Schilling would have assigned a patrol officer in uniform and or a squad car to sit and watch that scene.
Okay. In preparing for trial and reviewing all the records, you did review most of the police reports, correct?
I reviewed my police reports.
Okay. Did you review other officers or other detectives' reports?
I did not.
Okay. But did you come to find out that that really did happen, that someone shoveled on the sidewalk into the crime scene underneath the police tape?
I observed upon my arrival back there was somebody shoveling, but they were a distance away. So as far as that explanation of what you're describing, I wasn't aware of that.
Okay. If I told you that that happened, would you be shocked?
Objection, calls for speculation.
I'll withdraw.
Thank you.
Okay, questions withdrawn.
Sometimes you
So
can slip that in.
when you got there,
Not all the
you
time.
took pictures of the doorway to the apartment, correct?
The doorway is depicted in the picture, correct?
Okay. Did you dust for prints on the minivan at all?
I did not.
I think that's all kind of goes out the window if they show her confession.
You collected some additional DNA swabs in 2 different areas of the apartment, is that fair?
One different area, I believe.
Okay. If your report says 2 different areas, would that be accurate?
It would be.
Okay. And as you were searching the apartment, did you note a red substance on the hallway wall leading from the living room to Ms. Schabusiness's bedroom and the bathroom?
Yes, sir, I did.
And then at some point, did you determine that you were not going to be concerned about that?
I collected that in the same manner as I did the other item of DNA evidence. However, I did indicate in my report that it was, it did not appear to be a biological substance.
Okay. How did you determine that it was not a biological substance?
Because under normal circumstances, and when I say normal, it's just based on my past experience, when you try to collect a sample and you add distilled water, which is the proper protocol to rehydrate something, if that does not come off very easily, it could be anything from paint to nail polish or something of that nature. And this did not come off the wall as it should have if it was a substance of DNA interest.
In the bedroom, did you find anything else that was concerning?
I collected another item of evidence in the bedroom, yes.
What was it?
I collected some syringes that appeared to be somewhat melted, for lack of better terms, together.
Okay. Nothing further.
Thanks.
No, thank you.
Okay,
Get him out of here.
you're excused.
Here's-
State's next witness.
State calls Nate Kolinski.
Okay, sir, if you want to step right up over here, and before you have a seat, if you could turn and face her and raise your right hand, she'll place you under oath.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God?
I do.
Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
Nathan R. Kolinski. Last name is Kolinski.
Okay, then, Mr. Saunders, the witness is yours.
Can you tell us how you're employed?
I am a evidence tech with the Green Bay Police Department.
What do you do as an evidence tech?
So our job is to, once the officers package and seal the evidence, they hand it over to us, and our job is to keep it safe and secure, basically until the case is over.
Okay. And how long have you been employed in that capacity as an evidence tech?
About 6.5 years.
All right. In addition to maintaining custody of items, is it also the case that you're responsible for transmitting certain items to the Wisconsin State Crime Lab?
Crime Lab, yes.
And that's for, I guess, further testing by them?
Yes, yep. We send it out to the crime labs, and then the crime lab also mails it back to us. We receive the packages back.
And how is it that items are sent to the Wisconsin State Crime Lab?
They are either mailed, or in certain cases, we will drive them down and we do just a physical hand drop off with the crime lab.
Is there any documentation that memorializes that transmittal?
We have a form on our end that we fill out, and then the crime lab has like a receipt form that says everything that they received and the date they got it in.
I'll show you exhibit 96. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this is a transmittal, looks like to, it's all three, so it's a transmittal to one of the state crime labs.
And is that a form that sort of would bear indicia that you were sort of involved in the transmittal of these items?
Yes, correct.
And what is that?
So we have here listing, do you want me to read them off or just give the numbers?
Well, first I'll ask, is there any indication that you signed it or notated on it?
Looks like has my name on the bottom of it, and then it went through, and these look like there's little checkoffs on the side of the form. We do that just to make note of every one that we have, just to ensure we are bringing everything down.
And is that consistent with your practice, just to make sure you've transmitted all the items you're supposed to?
Exactly, yep.
Okay, so it's a form you believe you kind of filled out as well here?
Measure twice, cut once kind of thing, yes.
Sure. And then what was the agency case number associated with this transmittal?
So that is going to be agency case 22-209240.
Okay. And is that, I guess, with respect to the case you're subpoenaed here for today?
That is correct.
All right. Thank you. I'd move 94.
Any objection?
No.
That'll be received.
What items of evidence did you transmit to the Wisconsin State Crime Lab in this case?
It's got to be a fast
So this
witness.
one, we have a buccal swab taken from Taylor Schabusiness, swabs taken from the right hand of Taylor, swab taken from the left hand of Taylor, oral swab from Shad Therion that was taken at the autopsy, a swab of the blade of exhibit 543033, swab of red substance inside exhibit 543072, swab of red substance on light switch from suspect's bedroom, black sweatpants with dried blood on it, a penile swab, and swab of exhibit 543038.
And based on your recollection and your review of this exhibit, are those items that you would have been transmitting to the crime lab?
Correct, yes.
And are you aware of how you transmitted those items to the crime lab?
I believe for this one, they were dropped off. We drove down and the Madison lab has different rooms. You can go in and like hand over evidence and then they'll give you the receipt right away that you dropped them off.
Okay. So in this instance, you personally delivered them to the
Yep,
crime
we drove them down.
lab? When you are transmitting items, in this instance personally, if there's an issue with transport, if there's a disruption of the evidence, is that somehow noted?
Yes. Mhm.
And was that done in this case?
No, it was not.
So there's no belief in your part that any of the items were tampered with or manipulated in any way?
No.
Apart from the transmitting, I think you mentioned earlier one of your responsibilities is to, I guess, oversee the storage of evidence in the police station itself. Is that
Yes.
right? And can you describe the Green Bay Police Department's evidence room for us?
So we have several rooms that are throughout the basement, and all the rooms are generally the same. They're all locked rooms. They have an alarm system, a keypad entry system, and then they have cameras and motion sensors. So there are only, I believe, 5 people inside the department, including myself, that have access to these rooms. It's a very tight control. Our belief is that the fewer people that can get in there, the more secure the evidence is.
So I guess, is it the case that any member of the Green Bay Police Department can just go in the evidence room?
And no.
Okay. Is that something that either yourself or your colleague would be present for or supervise?
Yes, if there's anybody outside of the 5 of us that wants to be in there, we have to escort them in the rooms, yes.
Thank you, sir. I have nothing further.
Cross-examination, Mr. Fraley.
Do I address you as Mr. Kolinski or evidence tech Kolinski?
Mister's fine.
Okay. So these items were transmitted down to Madison by who?
That would be, I believe, myself, and then there are normally 2 of us that go with. Sometimes it's a light duty officer, sometimes it's my coworker Gene, depends on who's free at the time.
Okay. And then do you have to park and then physically carry these items into the state crime lab, or how does that work?
Correct, there's a parking right across the street from the door. You walk inside, walk upstairs, and they go in these little large closet-sized rooms where they're there with the little desk. You hand them over one by one, they receive them, and then you get a paper receipt from them with everything that they received. It's basically their transfer of custody from us to them.
Kind of like at a library, you drop off a book.
Similar to it, we just don't lose contact with it. There's no slot or anything where they are the entire time until we hand it to them.
And then did you get your receipt right away?
Yes.
And then after the lab analysts did their testing, how did you get these items back?
We either pick them up in person if we're there for some other business, or they mail them back to us.
Do you know if these items got mailed back to you?
I'm not sure. The paperwork would say it. I can't remember off the top of my head how they got back to the department.
You've been an evidence technician for 6.5 years. You've got a lot of training and experience, correct?
Yes.
You know how to package items, you know how to.
He's a packer.
Safe and secure, correct?
Yes.
You follow certain procedures when you cut the bag open, and you have to be careful, correct?
Correct, yes.
Any issues at all with sending the materials down or getting them back?
No, none that I'm aware of.
Nothing further, thank you.
Redirect?
No, thank you.
Thank you, sir. You can step down. State's next witness.
State calls Gene Rakers.
So this is the third of the sixth, I think he said he had left that he thought he could do today.
I have a hand up from the juror.
All right, no problem. Sorry.
Okay, ma'am, just step right up over here. And then before you have a seat, if you could turn and face her and raise your right hand, she'll place you under oath.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God. Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
My name is Jean Rakers.
Okay, Mr. Saunders, the witness is yours.
All right, how are you employed?
I am currently employed as an evidence technician with the Green Bay Police Department
And how long have you been employed in that capacity?
for the past 4 years.
And is one of your colleagues, Mr. Kolinski, we just saw?
Yes,
All right. You work in the same role as him?
yes, I do.
Do you have the same job responsibilities?
Yes.
All right. I want to ask you about Green Bay PD case number 22-209240. Is that a case that you remember being involved in?
Yes.
All right. And I want to show you what's previously been marked exhibit number 90. Do you recognize exhibit 90?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
This is a transmission of evidence from the Wisconsin State Crime Lab in Madison to the Green Bay Police Department.
And I guess what are those documents used for?
It itemizes the evidence that is sent between agencies. So in this instance, these are items that were returned to the Green Bay Police Department from the State Crime Lab in Madison.
And does the form indicate which items were returned to your department?
Yes, it's the State Crime Lab assigns a letter to each piece of evidence that's designated on the form, and then our evidence exhibit number is also stated on the form.
Okay. And does the form indicate who would have been the person taking receipt of those items of evidence with the Green Bay Police Department?
Yes, my name is signed on the bottom, and I indicate that I received it on April 22nd of 2022.
And so it's your belief then in reviewing that document that you received those items of evidence?
Yes.
Okay. I'd move 95.
The objection, Mr. Fraley?
No.
Right, that'll be received.
And I have nothing further.
Cross-examination.
Bam.
Can I see that exhibit?
Sure. All right.
Ms. Rakers, you've been working for the Green Bay Police Department for 4 years as a evidence technician, correct?
That's correct.
And you worked with evidence tech Nathan Kolinski?
Yes,
You work in tandem, correct?
that's correct.
Your role in this particular case was to send items or receive items or both?
In this instance, I received the items that the crime lab sent. When they're delivered, I personally receive the box that they're delivered in, and I ensure that the seals are all intact Then I open the box and verify that the items on the list on the transmittal are indeed the items I'm receiving back.
And this exhibit number 90
Yes,
indicates that you received all of these items back on April 22nd of 2022, correct?
that's correct.
These items were sent from the State Crime Lab on April 21st of 2022 by Olivia Sassman.
Yes, the State Crime Lab in Madison.
Do you know why it took a day for you to get these items back?
Yes, that's generally the turnaround time. They're sent on one day, we receive them the next day. And again, the boxes that we received are sealed. We verify that the seals are intact before we open it and verify the contents of them.
Who transported these items from Madison back to the Green Bay Police Department?
The crime lab utilizes speedy delivery.
When these items came to the Green Bay Police Department on April 22nd of 2022, did you have to meet them at the front?
Yes, they call me up and I meet the delivery driver at the door.
And then you signed the release at that time?
That's correct.
And
I signed their little machine that they have indicating that I'm receiving it from them. I don't sign this transmittal form until I've gone through and verified that all the items on their list are indeed the items that we've received.
And on this form, there's a cross off. It's got evidence tech Nathan Kolinski on there, correct?
Yes.
And then your name is stamped on there, is that right? Is that
Yes.
right? Okay.
That's just their form. They just have Nathan's name on there as a form. So if I'm the one receiving it, then I'm the one signing it and stamping it.
Okay, and then you keep this in your records?
That's correct.
Okay, nothing further. Thank you.
Redirect?
No, thank you.
Ma'am, before you step down, my clerk and I are running the numbers, and that can't be 95. What number?
This is Exhibit 90,
Okay,
90.
You asked for 95 to be admitted. This is 90, but it's already been admitted. So I just want to make sure we're all clear on the numbers, okay?
I wrote 90 down.
Sorry.
I did write 90 down.
Okay, very good. You can step down, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, let's go to number 4. Maybe it's tomorrow they're going to put on the good evidence. That's what I was hoping to see today.
State calls Kendall Danowski.
There's the DA's table.
Ma'am, if you want to just step up right over here, and before you have a seat, if you could turn and face her and raise your right hand, she'll place you under oath.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter, now before the court, so help you God?
I do.
Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
Kendall Danowski.
Okay, then, Mr. Lozay, the witness is yours.
Ms. Danowski, can you state for the record how you are employed?
I'm a certified forensic computer examiner with the Green Bay Police Department.
Interesting.
And what is a certified computer forensic examiner?
I basically take all digital devices that come through the police department and extract and sometimes analyze that data.
How long have you been employed in that capacity at the Green Bay Police Department?
Almost 7 years.
Do you have any sort of educational background or training that is related to that position?
I do, yes. Training and certifications are very important for this position to keep up with the ever-changing technology. So a couple of the more valuable ones that I've had over the past couple of years, I'm certified through IASIS, which is the International Association of Computer Investigative Specialists, as a certified forensic computer examiner and a certified mobile device examiner. I'm also certified through SANS as a GFCE, which is another crucial training and program that we have to go through. I'm also certified through Celebrate as a Celebrate certified mobile examiner, and I'm also certified through Magnet as a Magnet certified forensic examiner. And lastly, I'm certified through ACE as an Access Data certified examiner.
Can you just describe for the jury generally what your process is when you are analyzing, not analyzing actually, the download of a device?
Yes, so I get the device in and
Yeah, look at that.
so that I can make a connection and communication with my computer. So I get the phone in the correct settings and then I hook it up to an adapter, and then from there I use a set of software to perform the extraction. Once that extraction is complete, I then open it up in a readable program that I then can get out to officers and detectives to go through that data.
And is it typical that you yourself will review the data on the phone, or is your typical practice that you will conduct a forensic download of the device and then provide it to another party to review?
It is typical I perform the extraction, view some of the data to verify things parsed correctly, and then I usually pass that data on to officers or detectives.
Can you estimate approximately how many times per year you conduct a forensic download of a device?
I perform,
Relevance that you're on? Because there's all different kinds of cases. I mean, this is a homicide case, but there's many cases out there.
Overruled. You can answer the question.
thank you. I perform about 600 phone extractions a year.
Have you performed roughly that many phone extractions over the course of your 7-year career at the Green Bay Police Department?
It increases every year, but roughly yes.
Were you asked to assist in the investigation of a homicide that occurred at 829 Stony Brook in around February 22nd and 23rd of 2022?
I was, yes.
And who asked you to assist with analyzing devices in that case?
Multiple detectives. For this one, I believe Detective Graff and Detective Luberta.
And do you recall specifically how many devices you analyzed or how many devices you downloaded on this case?
I would say 10 or more.
And was one of the devices that you were asked to download a device that was attributed as belonging to Taylor Schabusiness?
Yes.
When you conduct a forensic download of a phone, do you use any paperwork to outline the work that you did with respect to that particular device?
I do, yes.
What is that called?
For every phone or computer that comes through my office, I create a cell phone or computer analysis worksheet.
What number? 91.
Defense hooking them up with which exhibit number they're on.
I'm showing you what's been marked as exhibit 97. Can you identify that document for me?
Yes, this is a cell phone analysis worksheet that I completed for exhibit number 370004.
That exhibit number, that 37004, where does that number come from?
That comes from evidence, so every case number is assigned to a case, and then the evidence within that case gets an exhibit or evidence number.
So when an officer collects an item of evidence, they assign it that number?
Correct.
And then that is the piece of evidence that was assigned to you for download?
It was, yes.
Does the cell phone analysis worksheet for that particular piece of evidence, does it outline the process that you used to conduct the forensic download?
It does, yes.
And could you describe for the jury what process you used in this case?
Yes, so for this particular phone, I put the phone in the correct settings for extraction where it could communicate with my computer. From there, I hooked it up to the Celebrate 4PC adapter, and then I used the Celebrate 4PC extraction software to perform that extraction. Once that extraction completes successfully, I bring that into Celebrate Physical Analyzer, which is that software program that parses the data for me.
Are you able to determine when you do an extraction whether or not the extraction was successful?
I am, yes.
How do you do that?
I can compare the data on the phone after the extraction completes successfully to verify that the data on the phone is matching the data in the extraction, and also the program will show that the extraction completed successfully, or it would indicate if it did fail.
So for this particular device, in addition to doing the extraction and looking at the information on the extraction, are you able to manually manipulate the phone itself?
Yes.
That's how you're able to confirm that the data is consistent on the device and on the extraction?
Correct. That is always done after an extraction to make sure not to manipulate any data before an extraction.
In addition to conducting the extraction, did you do after the extraction was done, did you do additional manipulation of the device itself to obtain any evidence from the device?
Yes, after that extraction completed successfully, I manually navigated the phone and took additional screen captures using that same set of software.
And what is the purpose of doing those screen captures?
With certain types of extractions, some applications or data might not always be extracted or parsed correctly. For example, Google Photos might
So
not
I wonder
always
what
be
she's going to have
extracted
to
or
show
parsed
from
with
this.
that type of
That's what's
extraction
going to
I was
be
able get
interesting.
from this phone. So then I go on after that extraction completed successfully and manually navigate the phone and then take screenshots of those certain applications that were not included in the original extraction.
And for this particular device, did you then conduct a closer analysis of the content of the extraction, or was that tasked to another person?
I went through and verified that the data was parsed correctly and that everything that officers and detectives might need were captured with the screen captures, but after that, that data was passed on to detectives.
Do you know specifically which detective was tasked with viewing the report from the extraction of this device?
Detective Luberta.
And you mentioned that certain data may not be captured by the extraction. Can you explain why that might be the case?
So certain types of extractions can extract different things. So there's different levels of extractions. For this one, I was able to get a full file system, which will capture a lot of application data, but it isn't a full physical extraction, which captures a bit-by-bit copy identical of the flash memory on that phone. So basically, everything that's on that phone would get captured. So for this instance, it did not parse the Google Photos, the Google Chrome history, or some recent Facebook Messenger chats. So I went through and captured screenshots of those.
In addition to capturing screenshots, did you advise Detective Luberta in any way about some things that she could do to obtain additional data that's relevant to that device?
I did, yes. So when manually going through a phone, the phone stays in airplane mode. So that means that I'm not connecting to the network and no incoming text messages are coming in, no incoming chats, things like that. I'm not connecting to the network or internet. So I can only sometimes see a limited amount of data when I'm manually navigating. So I can always tell them, like for instance, Google Photos, I could only get to a certain date without being connected to the network. So then I would say, maybe it would be a good idea to get a Google search warrant for that additional data that I might not be able to see on the phone.
What sorts of things might be captured on a Google search warrant that aren't necessarily readily available on the device?
More additional photos, Google searches, location data.
And do you know, does Google also store things in the cloud that might not be physically on the device?
It does, yes.
Do you know if Detective Luberta actually then did subsequently make a request to Google for the information that would have been related to this device?
She did, yes.
And did you have any further contact with Detective Luberta about that?
I did, yes. She got that Google return in a zip file from her search warrant that she created for that. And then from there on, she wanted me to put it in a more readable format for her. So basically, I took that zip file that she got from Google and just ingested it back into Celebrate Physical Analyzer, where it puts it in a readable, easier format that they're more comfortable with going through.
And the process that you utilized to take that zip file from Google and put it on the UFED reader, is that something that you're trained in and you do in the regular course of your duties?
Yes.
And were you comfortable that when you took the data from Google and put it into that format, that everything performed correctly in this instance?
Yes.
And again, did you do the analysis then once it was placed into that more readable format, or is that something tasked to Detective Luberta as well?
Passed on to Detective Luberta.
So we're still waiting to see what this amounts to. Location data, pictures, text, video, who knows? And will it be her, this witness, who introduces it? Or since she passed some Google stuff on, someone else? Or maybe some of both?
When you extract data from a device, Does the device tell you what date that particular photographs, for example, are taken? Or is that information always accurate when you put it into the UFED reader program?
It would be accurate, yes.
Are there instances in which you manipulating the device or taking it off on that date, the date that you manipulate the phone would also capture?
It could update some dates and times, yes.
No further questions at this time.
Cross-examination, Mr. Fraley.
Thank you. Ms. Danowski, good afternoon.
Hello.
Guess we're just setting it up for the next one.
So your role was basically to extract data off of a cell phone?
Correct.
Do you know who the cell phone belonged to?
This particular cell phone belonged to Taylor Schabusiness.
And you only looked at and examined one phone, correct?
I extracted multiple phones, but I didn't go through every single extraction.
Your testimony and Exhibit 91 deal with this phone that you're talking about belonging to Taylor Schabusiness, correct?
I believe is this Exhibit 97 or 91?
It's 97.
97.
97, okay. So basically, you were looking to extract data off that phone for you to turn over to Detective Jenna Liberta, correct?
Yes.
You were looking for searches, correct?
A magnitude of things, cell records,
Okay,
call logs.
Okay, let me just ask, I just want to ask you, were you looking for searches like what this person was looking for on the cell phone?
That would be included, yes.
Okay, and then you were looking for photos, correct?
Correct.
You were looking for iCloud photos, correct?
Well, in airplane mode, correct.
Okay. And then you were looking to see a GPS location to see where this phone had been, correct?
You can check the Google Maps on the phone, but you cannot check the cloud when you're not connected to that network.
Okay. And cell phones oftentimes have GPS, so if like you want to know where your teenage kid is, you could put that on your phone and you could track where they are, correct?
Correct. Sometimes, yes.
Is that what you were looking for?
I was looking most likely for recent Google searches for the Google Maps application.
Okay. And you had a search warrant for this phone, correct?
Correct.
What was the condition of the phone? Was it damaged at all? Did it have a cracked screen?
The phone appeared to be in, I said, okay condition with an unknown substance on the front screen.
Okay.
But otherwise in working condition.
It was in working
Disgusting.
condition?
Yes.
Any issues with the charge or anything like that?
No.
Any problems with the extraction at all?
No.
With regards to doing the extraction, is it such that sometimes the date might be off or the time might be off?
Usually the dates are accurate when they're set for the correct date and time, UTC -6 or 5, depending on the time zone we're in. That's adjusted in the program.
Okay. And the program that you used was Celebrate?
Correct.
After you, well, when you get the data, then do you put it on a separate zip drive or something, or what? How do you do that?
It goes on a shared drive that all detectives can access.
Okay. On the Fred computer?
No, that is, these are not performed on the Fred computer.
Okay. So how would Detective Liberta then access this information?
So the original extraction is saved on a Synology that only I have access to in my office. And then that's where the original dump goes in the extraction. And then that UFDR file that I create from that Celebrate Physical Analyzer software, then I can send that to a shared drive that all detectives have access to. So that would be where Detective Liberta accessed the UFDR file.
Okay. And then this information, this data, is it stored at the police department?
It is, yes.
Where is it stored?
Permanently stored on a Synology in my office.
Okay. And then if someone wants to look at it, they have to go through you?
Correct, unless they can access the UFDR file that was created and put on that shared drive.
Is there any way that that information, that data that you extracted, could it be tampered with or lost or misplaced somehow?
Not the original extraction that I save in my office, but the UFDR file could be deleted if a detective wanted to delete it for some reason or move it to another folder on that drive. But they can't actually manipulate any data in the program, like switch a text message, date or time, something like that.
Did anything like that happen?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay. And then you were talking about on these screen captures, is it kind of like taking a screenshot of something where you want to capture like maybe a text message or picture or something like that?
Very similar, yes. I use that Celebrate 4 PC program, which basically has a screen capture function built right in, which will capture the entire screen of the phone when you basically click a photograph button on the program.
Okay. And then you said something about parsing data correctly. What do you mean by that?
I just verify, like you said, the dates and times match up. If for some reason Facebook Messenger didn't parse and I need to go through and take screenshots of that, I would note that and go into that application and create those screen captures.
Okay. And so your sole role is just to extract the data, get it to the detective so they can analyze the information, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. You can step down.
All foundation.
State's next witness.
The state calls Jenna Luberta.
Okay, so she laid foundation for this person. So at least we're being sequential. And perhaps we'll know what this was all for. It could be just to show that she was there around the time, or it could be something far worse. Who knows? We're about to find out.
Okay, if you want to step up over here then, and before you have a seat, if you could turn and face her and raise your right hand, she'll place you under oath.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God. I do. Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
Jenna Luberta, Luberda.
Okay, Mr. Lozay, the witness is yours.
Good afternoon, Ms. Luberta.
Good afternoon.
Are you currently employed in law enforcement at the present time?
I am not.
And had you previously been a law enforcement officer?
I was, yes.
The decision to no longer be in law enforcement, is that a voluntary decision on your part?
It was.
And talk to me about your previous law enforcement experience.
Sure. I started as a dispatcher, actually, in 2007. In 2011, I was sworn in as a police officer at the Green Bay Police Department, where I served for 12 years.
And what roles did you have with the Green Bay Police Department?
I started as a patrol officer, was there for 7 years, and then I moved to the detective division for almost 5 years, just shy, and then I left as a lieutenant on the afternoon shift patrol.
Were you working as a investigator with the Green Bay Police Department in February of 2022?
Yes.
And as a detective with the Green Bay Police Department in February 23rd of 2022, did you assist in a homicide investigation involving the decedent Shad Therian?
Yes.
What was your initial role in that investigation?
My initial role was to go to the place where the suspect in this case was apprehended, and there was a van involved, and basically take ownership of the van and everything that happened with the van.
And the location, was that on Eastman Avenue?
Yes,
And when you arrived, did you ultimately go to that scene on Eastman Avenue?
I did.
And when you arrived, what did you observe?
I observed several other officers there. I observed the van in question, and that was pretty much it. It was pretty much just calm by the time I got there. It was just the van and other patrol officers.
And what did you do to conduct further analysis or investigation relative to that van?
I received information that the van was involved prior to me getting there, so I knew that there may be potential evidence in the van and that we needed to secure that evidence. So I returned to the police department to write a search warrant.
Did you ultimately obtain a search warrant for the van?
I did, yes.
You know who the registered owner of the van was?
Yes.
Who was that?
Scott Thome.
THOMS?
Correct.
And once you got the warrant for the van, what did you do?
Once I got the warrant for the van, I returned to the Eastman address and I called the city contracted wrecker or towing company. And then we towed the van to our evidence storage unit on Broadway Street in the city of Green Bay.
Did either you or another member of the Green Bay Police Department follow the towing company as it brought the van to the storage facility?
Yes, myself and Detective Bray.
When you arrived at the Green Bay storage facility, what did you do?
We put the van into the secured area of the storage or the evidence unit and we left.
And what did you return at some point in time to that van?
Yes, around 3:30 in the afternoon.
Why was there the delay between dropping the van off and then returning later?
Yeah, we knew that there were potential body parts in the van, and the forensic pathologist was currently at the home, and we wanted to wait for him to go into the van.
So then when you returned about 3:30 in the afternoon, did you have contact with the forensic pathologist?
Yes.
And what happened at that point?
At that point, our forensic unit started taking pictures and swabs of the outside of the van, and then we opened up the hatch or the back of the van, and the forensic pathologist took some items out of the van. We didn't discover anything in the back, but then we went to a box behind the driver's seat where he located body parts.
And who was taking the lead in terms of actually removing items from the van and then having contact with the human remains?
The forensic pathologist, Vincent Tranquita.
What was your role on that scene at that time?
I was observing.
And the forensic unit was present and
The forensic-
photographing?
Yes, sorry. The forensic unit was processing the van, yes.
Once the forensic unit and the forensic pathologist had an opportunity to complete their search of the van, what did you do?
I talked with the doctor, and he told me that he believed that all
I
of...
object, that's hearsay.
I wasn't asking specifically for what anyone told you. What did you do with the van afterwards?
So the question's withdrawn. Go ahead and ask your next question, Mr. Lezay.
The forensic unit finished processing the van, and we left.
In addition to processing the van on the scene, did you subsequently have a further role with respect to this investigation?
I did.
And what was that?
I looked through one of the cell phones that was located at the Eastman Avenue address. I believe that belonged to Taylor Schabusiness.
Now, when you say you looked through the cell phone, did you look through the device itself?
I did not.
What did you review?
Our computer forensics person who was in here just before me downloaded the phone to what's called the UDRF file, and then we're able to view the contents of the phone that way.
And is using that type of, what they call it, a UFED report, is that something that you review regularly in the course of your duties as a detective with the Green Bay Police Department?
Almost every day.
So you're familiar with reviewing those reports and then locating the information that might be of interest in an investigation?
Yes.
And is that what you were asked to do with respect to a phone that was believed to belong to Taylor Schabusiness?
Yes.
What sorts of things were you looking for when you reviewed the extraction of that device using the computer forensic program?
I was looking for search history on the internet. I was looking for photographs. I was looking for phone calls, text messages, messaging application chats, things of that nature.
Did you notice anything of evidentiary value?
There was some search history that I found interesting, like internet searches that I found interesting, yes.
And what was that?
There was searches, things of like...
Your Honor, I would object. Relevancy. I mean, searches on the phone, people search, research, look at all kinds of different things. I would argue that some of these things, I believe, could be inflammatory and more prejudicial than probative.
Overrule the objection.
Yeah, I think they'd have a list they would actually read instead of saying searches
Things
like.
such as flaming pentagram, Jeffrey Dahmer, things like that. KKK, I believe, is one of them.
Okay.
And Detective, did you note the dates and times of the respective searches that you believed were relevant?
It was around the time of the homicide,
In the days shortly before?
in the days shortly before, yes.
And do you recall when you reviewed that, did you prepare a report regarding your observations?
I did.
If you were able to review your report, might that refresh your recollection as to the specific searches and the dates and times of those searches?
It would.
I mean, that's not really much, is it? So I'm kind of surprised that's what this is, unless there's more. Yeah, I mean, you're probably going to have somebody searches hundreds of things. People search things all the time, so they're picking out 3 things. What are we doing here?
I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 98. Can you review that document?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to Exhibit 98. I know it's Detective Liberta's details. It's 2 pages. But there are dates going back to December 12th of 2022, and we're talking about an alleged incident on 2/22 or 2/23 of 2022. So I've got an issue with that. I'm also going to reserve a motion outside the presence of the jury.
Okay, well, I think all she's been asked is to review the report, so I don't know yet what she's going to be testifying to. So I'll reserve ruling on your objection, Mr. Freilich, but I'll turn back to the state. Go ahead, Mr. Lozay.
Your Honor, I forgot, I want to say that another objection would be on grounds of relevancy. So,
Okay.
thank you.
I'm going to reserve those objections.
Thank you so much.
Go ahead.
And Ms. Luberta, does reviewing that report refresh your recollection as to the nature of some of the searches that you observed on the extraction from Ms. Schabusiness's phone?
Yes.
And specifically as it relates to February 12th of 2022 and February 13th of 2022, did you note anything, was there anything noteworthy with respect to searches?
Objection relevancy to that question?
Overruled. Go ahead and answer if you can.
Yes, she searched Jeffrey Dahmer. And then she searched cadaver definition, Jeff Boyardee, blow-up doll customized face.
In particular, Jeffrey Dahmer, did you note that there were several searches
Jeff
that were
Boyardee.
related to Dahmer?
Objection relevancy.
Overruled. Go ahead and answer.
Can you repeat your question?
Were there several searches related to Jeffrey Dahmer and other items on the device that were consistent with Jeffrey Dahmer?
Yes.
What other portions of the extraction also showed an interest in Jeffrey Dahmer?
Objection relevancy.
Overruled.
There was a, I wrote another search warrant for her Gmail account, a Google account, a bigger search that you can do to get more information. It's stored on the cloud. And in that extraction of that information, there were more references to Jeffrey Dahmer and searches for Jeffrey Dahmer, pictures, and things of that nature.
On the device itself, did you also locate photographs of Jeffrey Dahmer?
Objection relevance.
Overruled.
Yes.
Do you know what a device screenshot is?
Yeah. Yes.
What does that term generally mean?
A screenshot is where you take a shot of the screen, basically a copy of the screen.
Sweet.
And do you know if there were screenshots that were prepared in this case by analyst Danowski for purpose of your analysis?
Yes,
And did you review those screenshots as well?
I did.
And in
That's a worse spot for an ad.
New Eden. There were.
was this just, you know, a one-off, one or two photos, or were there several photographs?
Same objection relevancy.
Overruled.
There were several.
Of what?
Now, you mentioned that you subsequently did a search for information, a search warrant for information from Google. Can you talk about the process you utilized to do that?
Yes, so from the device itself, we could find out how many Gmail accounts that she had, and there was a total of 5. So from those 5 Gmail accounts, we can write a warrant to Google for more information that's not technically stored on the phone, but in the cloud.
And did you draft such a warrant?
Yes, I did.
And ultimately, did you obtain a warrant from the court for that search?
Yes, I did.
Did Google subsequently respond to your warrant and provide information from those Gmail accounts?
Yes.
And what happened then when you received the information from Google?
I was able, so Google provides it in a way that's hard to figure out. So analyst Danowski is able to put it into the same computer program to allow us to look at that information.
And once you then reviewed the information in the program, do you know the name of the program?
It's the same one that you did.
The Celebrate, the UFED reader?
Celebrate, yes.
Okay. When you reviewed the information in Celebrate, were you able to find similar information regarding an interest in Jeffrey Dahmer on the Google search?
Objection relevancy.
Overruled.
Yes.
Do you know, does Celebrate give you the opportunity to parse out certain relevant things and generate a report that only includes certain items that are of interest to the person creating the report?
Yes.
Are you familiar with those reports from Celebrate that allow you to do that?
Yes, I am.
But it doesn't look like we're going to get her interrogation video or other statements in today, probably. So I think this is 5 out of 6 or 6 out of 6 of the witnesses they intended to call. But maybe they'll end today with a bang, depending on what they've got here. I mean, she did some searches regarding Jeffrey Dahmer. I don't know how many other searches she did. So, but they seem to be preparing to show a screenshot of something. So that could be interesting. A lot of momentum loss here. Let's see if this is all worth it. I mean, naturally, you'd want to show her affinity for Dahmer if she was trying to replicate some of the things he did. That's intent and just plain nasty as well. But, you know, if they got some screenshots, it would be interesting to see something directly on point. So certainly after switching this YouTube channel over to the law side of things, if my search history were found, I could be connected to any crime in the United States of America. So, for example, if all she did was search about Jeffrey Dahmer, that's one thing. But if maybe she just watched that series and she has 5,000 other searches on, so the probative value of it is tough to tell.
Your Honor,
But they're
I'm
not
gonna
done
object
telling
to
their
these
story yet.
three,
Here they go.
Exhibits and the photograph. Could we argue these, please, outside the presence of the jury?
Maybe these are nasty. Ooh. So they do have something they want to wrap today up with.
20 minutes to 5. I think I'm going to excuse you for the afternoon. I'm going to ask that you be in the jury room tomorrow morning no later than 8:30. I'm going to give you that instruction again that I've given you before. Do not communicate with anyone about this trial or your experience as a juror while you are serving on this jury. Do not use a computer, cell phone, or other electronic device with communication capabilities to share any information about this case. For example, do not communicate by blog, email, text message, Twitter, or in any other way on or off the computer. Do not permit anyone to communicate with you about this case, and if anyone does so despite your telling them not to, you should report that to me. I appreciate that it is tempting when you go home in the evening to discuss this case with another member of your household, but you may not do so. This case must be decided by you, the jurors, based on the evidence presented in the courtroom. People not serving on this jury have not heard the evidence, and it is improper for them to influence your deliberations and decision in this case. After this trial is completed, you are free to communicate with anyone in any manner. These rules are intended to assure that the jurors remain impartial throughout the trial. If any juror has a reason to believe that another juror has violated these rules, you should report that to me. If jurors do not comply with these rules, it could result in a new trial involving additional time and significant expense to the parties and the taxpayers. With that, ladies and gentlemen, have a good evening. All rise for the jury. Seated. You can step down. Okay. Mr. Fraley.
Thank you, Your Honor. I know that the state intends to offer 3 exhibits. I'll take the easy one first. One is a photograph of my client, Taylor Schabusiness, either laying on a bed or sitting, and then there's a phone next to her, and the phone has a picture of Jeffrey Dahmer on her phone. So they're together.
Okay, that's creepy.
We all know that Jeffrey Dahmer was the worst serial killer in Wisconsin history. There are a lot of negative memories and thoughts and commentary. People watch that trial on TV with Attorney Boyle and Attorney Wendy Patrikas in Milwaukee County. The state is trying to link my client with Jeffrey Dahmer by offering these exhibits. Additionally, the other Celebrate exhibits that Mr. Lassay wishes to produce and proffer to the court as an exhibit are, could I see those please again? They contain references to Satanic Bible, Flaming Pentagram, Satan, Jeff Boyardee, Jeffrey Dahmer, cadaver definition, Jeffrey Dahmer's butt,
Okay.
Jeffrey Dahmer walking in all sexy in court,
Okay.
rare Jeffrey Dahmer GIF, GIF, and things of that sort. And some of these items searched items date from 2/19 of 2022, going back to 2/6 of 2022. And I would argue that although 2019 of 2022 is fairly close in time to the alleged incident, the other ones are not. But I would argue that this information is highly prejudicial.
That's true.
And any probative value is substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair
Oh,
prejudice.
listen, see, they're
I
using the-
believe, and I would argue on behalf of my client,
The
that
normal
if this
Rule
information
403.
comes in, she's going to be painted in the worst light possible with probably, maybe, the worst killer in human history. And I don't believe that that is fair, but the court has to make that call. But I'm just making the arguments on her behalf. I don't think it's necessarily relevant. There is other information here that the state can rely on, but they do not need to go down this road. This is going to be a trial within a trial. It's going to create a sideshow. This is not the Jeffrey Dahmer case. It is not. This is different. The other Celebrite extraction report also contains various pictures.
Prejudicial is not
of
bad.
what
Unfairly
is
and
reported-
unduly
reported to
prejudicial
be Jeffrey
is in
Dahmer.
theory bad. I mean, you want your
And
evidence to be
it
prejudicial. That's
seems
the
like
point.
There are 27 data files here.
Gonna convince
Some of
that
them my
jury.
client. They're little thumbnail pictures here. But if the jury sees this, I have a concern that they're going to immediately think that my client is in that category, just like him. I don't know, but I think it's
You can see on the
unduly
DA's
prejudicial.
table the picture of her with the phone next to her.
It's
See it?
unfair, and I would ask that the court consider these arguments on her behalf, that this information not come in. I don't believe it's necessarily relevant. People do searches on the internet all the time. People do dumb things. They search for weird things. They search for odd things. But I don't see how this is even relevant to what we're talking about in this particular case. And I'd argue that the court at least consider an oral motion from me for a mistrial, because the state is going into this issue of Jeffrey Dahmer, going down this road to try and paint her in the worst light possible and create a sideshow. So I'd
Right,
ask
he's
that
not
you
getting a
consider
mistrial.
motion for mistrial, because this information has already come in.
But he
Thank you
needs
very
to
much.
make this motion.
Mr. Lizette.
Your Honor, I think the information is relevant. The state has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Ms. Schabusiness intended to engage in this conduct, that she intended to kill Shad Theria, and that she intended to dismember his body. Her interest in Jeffrey Dahmer is relevant to this case.
The question is whether the
I
unfair
assume
prejudice
is going to argue either that she didn't intend to
outweighs
do
the
this,
probative value.
or certainly is going to argue in the second phase of the trial that she had some sort of mental illness that caused her to do this.
That picture
The
wasn't
state's
nasty, though. It was
position
just her
clearly
with
is that,
Dahmer.
no, she did this
The phone.
because she wanted to do this. This is something that interests her. Frankly, we haven't seen her interview yet, but I anticipate that her interview is going to be consistent with that this is something that interested her, that she liked what she did in this case. And her interest in Jeffrey Dahmer and the things that he did and the awful things that Attorney Freilich talked about, her interest in him is relevant to that point. It suggests that she had an interest in these things. It is not something that was done solely because of the methamphetamine, or that was done as an accident, or was some sort of reckless behavior, or that was the result of a mental illness. It's the state's position that she did so because she was interested in that, and for that reason, these things are highly relevant.
I haven't seen the photo. Can I see the photo?
You can.
Your Honor, I would ask that you consider taking a look at the two Celebrite documents as well, because they've got thumbnail photos on them.
So we'll mark all of these so we know what we're speaking of. Any particular preference as to order?
Yes. This one first.
Okay. Cellbrite report, noting searched items 35, that'll be number 99. Cellbrite report, the extraction report, noting data file's 27 on the top, that'll be 100, and the photo will be 101. So, Mr. Lizet, your reference to Ms. Schabusiness having an interest in this kind of thing, is that a different way of saying motive?
I think it is. I mean, I do think that it is motive evidence because it's suggestive of the fact that once she went down this road that she enjoyed this and that she did this for her own pleasure and out of her own curiosity and interest, which again, I think we haven't seen the interview yet, but there are several statements within the interview that are consistent with that.
So that's another point. If she makes comments during the interview.
And I would note the court has seen the video. The court has had the benefit of seeing the interview. It has not been presented to the jury.
Your Honor, I believe that my client also told Detective Groff that they were buddies. I believe my client told Detective Groff that Mr. Shadtherian and her were buddies.
Okay.
Okay, what, how does that go to what I'm looking at here? I agree with you. I think she did tell him that. I recall her saying that. How does that go to this, though, Mr. Fraley?
Well, the state is trying to talk about intent to kill and that she wanted to do this and all of that. I'm letting the court know that these two people were friends. They were buddies.
Okay, well, you can tell that, bro. What's up? So the state makes a good point. If she made comments after this crime to them consistent with wanting to have this experience, and then they have some evidence of her before the crime wanting to have the experience, that's a connection that could increase the probative value of this because it is highly prejudicial. You want your evidence to be prejudicial. That's the point of it. Is it unfairly prejudicial, and does that substantially outweigh the probative value? So this judge is doing the balance there. It's our Rule 403. Not sure what they have call it up there, but you generally see that everywhere. The buddy thing is just a red herring on this.
So I'm having a little bit of a difficult time. I'm looking at Exhibit 99. That one seems pretty straightforward as far as timestamps, because there's a column for timestamps. And I can see what appears to be dates of searches. Exhibit 100, it may be on here, but I'm not laying my hands on it. The only date I'm seeing would appear to be the extraction date, although I don't know that. They're all dated March 8 of 2022, which is after this event. So I guess I'm concerned that I'm not reading this correctly, because I want to make sure that I address all the issues that Mr. Freilich has brought up, including timing. I mean, if we're talking about something that, for example, one of the events that I noticed on here appears
So yeah, whether this comes in or not, it's not going to decide this case, of course. But whenever a piece of evidence has been considered and you make a 403 objection, you look at it and see, is this unfairly prejudicial versus its probative value for this piece of evidence?
I let you move on. On Exhibit 100, page 3 at the top, I see under metadata title, it says capture time, October 22nd, 2013. I can only assume that that's the date that it was uploaded onto the internet as opposed to the date that she was looking at it, but I don't know those things from looking at this.
Correct. And I think through the witness, we would anticipate eliciting testimony that those Pictures appeared to have been captured by Ms. Schabusiness on February 12th of 2022. I think the date listed on the phone is the last date in which that photo was modified, which actually I think is probably the date Google received the preservation letter. That seems to be most consistent with that March 8th of 2022 date. So I think certainly the state would have to provide some additional information through the witnesses to clarify the date. But I believe that the officer's own report indicates that when she looked at those same pictures on the phone, they were part of those screenshots, device screenshots, that those were largely viewed on February 12th of 2022, and then the Google warrant just sort of confirmed the information that was seen on the screenshots.
We have no guarantee of that, Your Honor. It's confusing as to what date these items were downloaded, what dates they really pertain to.
And then, Mr. Lezay, when I look at Exhibit 99, I'm looking at, various, what I'll call searches. When I look at page 2 of 99, the Jeffrey Dahmer references seem to commence at item 14. Above that, there's references to other things. But I'm particularly interested in your assertion as to relevance of searches about Satanic Bible online. I see that specific search once. The next, that's item 1. Item 2 is Satanic Bible. It's a different search, but it's similar. Item 3, Flaming Pentagram. Where's the relevance of that?
And I think that just shows her pursuing interest, that this is an intentional act because she has interests that are outside the norm that would suggest this type of conduct.
That's completely speculative, Your Honor. I mean,
Yeah, I agree with that. People could
have
be weirdos.
a right under the
Dahmer thing
Constitution,
is one
First
thing.
Amendment, to look at things.
Yeah.
I just don't see the relevance here for that.
Interest outside the norm. I mean, she's guilty.
I think for that same reason, it's also not
All the
terribly
evidence needs to come
prejudicial. Frankly, the state's largest concern is the Dahmer information.
Yeah,
I
so
think
he's
that's
ready to concede
the most
flaming
relevant.
pentagram.
I think the cadaver definition search was also somewhat relevant. I mean, it shows her interest in death and corpses, which, part of the mutilation of this body, the defleshing and the things that happened to Shad after he died, I think are consistent with that highly unusual interest in things like death and cadavers and things that Jeffrey Dahmer did.
Well, here's what I'm gonna rule. First of all, I do think that searches. First of all, it's been referenced by counsel that obviously Jeffrey Dahmer is a unusual figure in the history of this state, and certainly the acts perpetrated by him were difficult for the community to comprehend, and he's again a very unusual figure, and I think the public has a general sense of what that individual is about because he received a great deal of publicity. I'm looking here and I see from looking at these reports there was a great deal of interest demonstrated in that, and I think that's relevant. I do. So I'm satisfied that regarding the references to him, that's appropriate testimony. I'm not as satisfied as to some of these other items. I see 2 searches for Satanic Bible references. Looks like 3 for Satan. Looks like 2 perhaps for pentagram, and I'm not necessarily satisfied that those particular searches relate to anything particular in this case other than to make someone look bad, and that's not what this case is to be about. So I'm satisfied that regarding Exhibit 99, those references aren't relevant. What can you tell me, Mr. Lezay, about the Jeff Boyardee?
That's actually a picture of Jeffrey Dahmer on a can, so it's sort of a meme that involves Jeffrey Dahmer. I think the picture is actually in the other exhibit. It's probably very small.
Okay. So I'm going to find that's relevant based upon that representation. At the same time, I want to make sure that before we start tomorrow, that we have a brief voir dire of the witness regarding timeframes, because I want to make sure that there's a relevant time frame for this testimony. So I'm going to permit the limited testimony that I've indicated. I'm going to allow then exhibits 99, 100, and I'm going to allow 101 as well. I think it's relevant. However, Exhibit 99, I don't want any reference from the witness to the first 9 items. The other items, including the cadaver definition, I'm going to permit. I think those are relevant to this case as well. I have not delved as deeply into 100, but the ruling is going to be the same. It looks like photographs. Mr. Lezay referenced earlier that he believes the reference to Jeff Boyardee may be, the photos may be in the other exhibit, that is, the references in 99 may have the photos in 100. And I believe I see that at item 8 on 100.
If I recall correctly, I think all of the photos in that exhibit in 90, is it 99 or 100 that has the photos? I think all the photos are Dahmer related.
All right. I'm going to allow those references in.
Your Honor?
I see item 15 there. I don't know what that's can't read it. It looks like some sort of text on page 3 of Exhibit 100. But I'll reserve ruling particularly on that. And when I say ruling on it, I'm authorizing these exhibits to be testified to the extent that I've already authorized, and not any further than that. And the only real issue is, what will be redacted if this for some reason goes to the jury, and what the witness will be allowed to testify about. For example, when I reference item 15 and 100, I don't know what that is. So I'm going to want to know what that is before she's permitted to testify about it. So that's the ruling. But Mr. Freilich, you had something else you wanted to add. Go ahead.
Yes, I just want to clarify and make sure I understand, Your Honor, that the meme, it's a meme. It says Jeff Boyardee. I looked at it. Are you saying that can come in? I would argue and ask the court to reconsider not allowing that in because it's a meme. There's all kinds of memes out there, and it really doesn't mean anything.
Well, except that if it's a Jeffrey Dahmer meme, I think it comes under the ruling that I made. So, and that's, I observe that in item 8 on Exhibit 100. I see that meme. But here's what I'll indicate, Mr. Freilich. There's going to be a brief voir dire of this witness tomorrow morning, and I'll give you a chance to ask about that. Okay.
Okay, Your Honor.
And then I'll certainly rule further on it. At this time, I'm ruling that those are coming in, but I'll hear from you after the voir dire portion.
Okay, Your Honor. And I totally respect the court's ruling and all of that, but I'd like to make another motion, and that would be that I think it's Exhibit 101 with the picture of my client and the phone with a picture of Jeffrey Dahmer on the phone. Would the court consider excluding that on grounds that it's really duplicitous if the Celebrite, text references of Jeffrey Dahmer are going to come in, then why do we need to have that picture of her with the phone? Because it's a phone. It's just a picture of him on a phone. I can understand all of these arguments.
Roofers are furious about this new product that's
Roofers
going
are
viral.
furious.
Replace your whole roof in as little as...
Not necessarily relevant, and it would be duplicitous. I think the jury would get it, if the other stuff comes in. So, thank you.
Mr. Lezay, any response to that?
Your Honor, I think for the same reasons that the court had noted earlier regarding photographs, I think sometimes photographs are just a more powerful way of being able to view that than simply a description. And I think particularly seeing the smile on Ms. Schabusiness's face as she's next to Jeffrey Dahmer, I think is
They showed
relevant
the
and
picture.
admissible. And
It
I'm
didn't
not
look good.
offering to publish all of the other photographs that are specifically listed in there. We selected one photograph to be able to publish, essentially.
For the, first of all, I see that, I believe that Exhibit 101 is different than Exhibits 99 and 100 for this reason. 99 and 100 demonstrate searches, an interest in getting information about and learning more about and spending some of your time thinking about a particular individual. Exhibit 101 communicates something different, and I'm satisfied that it's an appropriate exhibit to receive into evidence for the reasons that have been set out here. I think demonstrating that interest in this individual, nothing else, it demonstrates the interest that she had in this kind of behavior. But in addition, I think, and I referenced it earlier, when the word interest is used, I think that is a motive concept, and for those reasons I'm going to admit that. Mr. Freilich, your objections are duly noted, and what I want to do is I'd like to ask the state to see if you can get that witness here by 8:15 so we can start that voir dire process before the jury comes in, because if I understand how things work, we'll probably run past 8:30 with that, and the jury will be waiting for us. So if we can get that witness here by 8:15 to start that process. Okay, so I've ruled on those issues, and you can agree or disagree with them, but those are the rulings I made. Anything else for the record this evening? Mr. Saunders?
No, I don't believe so.
Mr. Freilich, anything else for this evening?
Your Honor, I'd ask respectfully if the state could give me a copy of Exhibits 99, 100, and 101, and then I'd like a copy of the exhibit that's going to be presented to the court with the redactions.
Okay. Well, as far as redactions go, I think my ruling, I'm not going to take pen in hand this evening and make those redactions. What I can tell you is, Mr. Lezay, were you intending on publishing 99 and 100 to the jury in their entirety?
No.
Okay. So the redactions will occur if it goes to the jury. It's not going to be published to the jury, so I don't think we need to take pen in hand. They're not going to be testified about at all. But so the redactions I'm ordering that these exhibits can only be testified to the extent that I haven't prohibited the reference.
The state is saying these aren't just random
that I made, and that's
references that
specifically
she
on
made
page,
statements later that connect these.
On page 1.
And I think
Exhibit
that's important, too.
99, Items 1 through 9. So again, I'm not going to take a black marker. So when you ask for a redacted version, you're not going to get it. If it comes to the jury requesting for it, and then we argue whether they should get it at all, if I order that it goes to the jury, then that would be redacted and there would be the use of a black pen, Mr. Freilich.
I understand. Your Honor?
Yes.
I did reserve that motion. I'd make a motion for mistrial because the state went off on this tangent sideshow of Jeffrey Dahmer. I ask you to consider that.
If it's relevant and admissible information, I hardly see it as a basis for a mistrial.
I'm satisfied. So, Mr. Freilich, I appreciate the motion. I'm satisfied that the ruling that I've made today, first of all, I'm satisfied that the exhibits that I'm receiving are relevant. And so I'm not going to grant a mistrial based upon that because I've received them as relevant.
I don't think that psychologist
Short
testimony
of
will come
that,
in. in phase one of this
Nothing
trial.
else has been testified to, so I've
But that's
ordered
okay.
that some of
Other
these
things
items in
will.
here I don't believe are relevant, and I believe to bring them in, for example, searches for Satanic Bible Online, I think those are more prejudicial than probative, those references. And so I've indicated I'm going to exclude those references, and so they haven't been testified to about yet. So I'm not going to grant a mistrial on those grounds because no one's referenced them yet, other than there was one reference made. I will note that there was one reference briefly made to that, but it was in a very offhanded summary kind of a fashion. The point is, I don't want any further references made to how many searches that occurred for those type, the pentagram, Satanic Bible, anything of that nature, Satan. There's no more need to go into that. There was a brief reference made to it. I'm satisfied that isn't the ground for a mistrial in this case, but I'm not going to let further inquiry be made regarding that. So, Mr. Freilich, your motion is denied, but it's duly noted.
Okay, thank you very much.
Very good. Then with that, we are concluded for the evening. We'll see you at 8:15 tomorrow.
Okay, thank you.
All right, guys. Well, that's it. Appreciate everybody tuning in. The judge continuing to try to make balanced decisions according to the rules. It's a weighing function. People can have different opinions, and they do. There's a spectrum of reason there where people can disagree and not necessarily be wrong. And that's it. I will catch you guys later. Thanks again for joining in.